All right. Make sure YouTube sees me. I'm going to pause my end too, just for funsies. It usually gets behind anyway, for somehow. I don't know how, but it's my own little preview box over here. Sometimes, I don't know. Sometimes it's way, way behind. Like, it's way behind. Hours behind.
Yeah,
All right.
I think they run at like zero point 0.9 speed or something like that to automatically give an overall delay. As a client, you can kind of override it, but
Hmm.
you have to do it every now and then. Otherwise, you end up getting further and further behind.
I mean, my stepdad, he watches YouTube at like 1.5. Everything. He watches at 1.5. And I'm like, doesn't everybody sound really weird when you do that? I don't even know like how many viewers we have. We have like, well, I had a like. The like disappeared. I have 0 likes now. Why is that? That's weird.
Strange.
I looked in
No, I
here.
put a like on there.
Maybe YouTube is just doesn't like me. It's just like, oh, you can't have that like.
Yeah.
How dare you? How dare you like this guy? This guy sucks. Okay, so this is a build recipe. I call it a recipe. It is for all intents and purposes, it's a recipe. Let's just be honest. It's a recipe. But it is the thing that determines the cost of the thing, right? So this, I was very specific. The light engineering block is here because I reference it in the help, right? So if we go to help and we go pump jack in here somewhere, pump jack right here. I have a little shenanigans with the thing. I don't know why this is putting this here and not over here where it should be. This should be over here. So I don't know. I don't know why it's not over there. Anyway, so it's like the pump jack is a multi-block that and should be built so the head light engineering block is directly over the pipe, which is why that is a light engineering block. It's the only one in the recipe because that goes over the well casing. And yes, I did add the well casing. It is in. This is not perfectly accurate to real life, okay? But the well casing block itself is going to be a pita to craft. In fact, there should be a little thingy McDougal down here that is the recipe. Where well casing is something. Did something break with that recipe? Did I get an error in my little thing here that I missed? Well, there's just so many lines of garbage in there. I'm gonna have to look at that. So this thing is actually made with a mixer. What I did is I took the reinforced concrete recipe and I made some tweaks to it, and it outputs 4 units per recipe, but it's like gravel. It's like 4 gravel, a quicklime, a couple steel rods, whatever. But anyway, this is once the well is dug, they basically like reinforce it with concrete to like stabilize it. And then usually they put the tube or the pipes, the relevant pipes down the hole, right? But we're not going to do that. I'm not going to mess with that. This is, in all intents and purposes, where the oil is going to be pumped out of. So I just didn't want to get too into the weeds with that. But yeah, the multi-block works. Like, I've got it all plugged in. There's a block entity, the whole 9 yards. Like, the thing is ready. Ready for testing. And the other thing is, I redid the model. I updated the model a little bit so you can see the power is now up on top. Because I looked closely at screenshots, other screenshots for the immersive petroleum version, and the power thing is up on top, right? So on the side, you know that's pretty dangerous. You bump into that and zap yourself. So up on top is a little safer. And then I also made a special. Oh, I'm gonna get into the weeds here. You can actually put a thing on top, right? So in order to do that, took a lot of work of shenanigans. So let's run that through right now. So what I had to do, because technically this block here is a dummy block, right? This is a dummy power block, because you can see like this one over here. That power. This is just a multi-block I/O. This is a component, right? But it's special in that when this thing gets changed into a dummy block, it gets changed into a special kind of dummy block, which is a power, which is what that thing is, right? So when you highlight this space, what is there that you're highlighting is actually the power dummy block, and it's facing the same way as this. So it's facing east, or at least it should be. What I should do is add something in the thing on the top of the screen regarding what actual block you're looking at, because this is pulling the block you're looking at as the core, but this should at least print off like the actual block that you're looking at, just to help me debug. But right now the collisions and stuff are just done with the dummy blocks. The dummy blocks are the collision boxes. So obviously the whatever this thing is called again, walking beam, I think. This thing is not as big as the blocks that it took that were there. Nor will it animate. Right? When this thing animates, this block space here, it'll just animate without changing these at all. So it is what it is. I am over the moon that this even works. So nitpick all you want, but I invite any of the nitpickers to dive into code and do a pull request with whatever feature they want. This is not. Anyway, so how did I get this to work? Well, what I had to do is I had. And I knew I was going to do this from the start. I knew I was going to have to figure out a way to do this. Is customize the blocks and the data of specific things, right? So if down the road we have like a signal, like I already have a signal I/O block. So if we do multi-block I/O, you can see there's a signal, power, there's gas, mechanical, right? They don't have shapes yet because they're not really plugged in. They don't do anything. They don't have special code at all, nor is there a dummy block that is the equivalent of it. Like the mechanical I/O block becomes a special dummy block. The special dummy block is not done, so therefore the mechanical I/O multi-block I/O block is not done. So the ones that are done are the ones that I use in recipes. But I left a lot of options for other things, like a casting one. I added casting to the I/O for the eventual MV blast furnace, which will be a multi-block, of course. I'm gonna go on a limb and say damn near everything in the MV tier is gonna be multi-blocks, with a few exceptions. So yeah, all the stuff has recipes now. All the stuff that works, right? All the gubbins that actually do stuff. Some recipes people might think are like expensive and some are not. Like I'm fine with that. This is supposed to be an expensive tier. If you don't have a lot of iron, if you don't have a LV blast furnace, if you don't have any of that stuff, this tier is going to be very, very expensive. Like almost blockingly so. Like I wanted this to be super duper expensive, right? So if we look at, say, the reinforced steel, like this is all steel. This is steel plates, right? Like many steel screws. So this is a lot of steel just for 2 of these. And this build, right? This build has 7 of them. So you're going to need to do that craft like 3 times, 4 times to just build one of these. So you're going to need a healthy amount of steel just to build one of these things. And that's on purpose. You know, some people are going to definitely complain about how expensive this stuff is. And it's like, that's the point. It's supposed to be really expensive. But anyway, I want to look at it. I just gaze at the beauty. It turned out so well, way better than I even imagined I could do. So, but that was like 6 hours. Like it took us like 6 hours to do this. Okay. Wow, it's getting warm in here. What's the temperature? Are we getting like a heat wave? A week ago it was minus 35. Now it's 30 degrees outside. What the hell? It's February. Wow, our high today is 38. Tomorrow is 47. Jesus. 47 degrees in February, and people still deny climate change is happening? Like, that's insane.
And we have a commenter in chat.
Oh, I need to get my chat window up because I am... Okay. Yeah, Mers, hello. Merzak. Mirzak. Denise. Howdy. Okay, so a few things, getting back to my original point of how I was able to get this, right? You have to shift. When you right click anything in any dummy block in here, that right click gets passed to the core. When you shift right click, you get the actual block itself, and you get a little bit more finite control over what you actually interact with. But in order to get that thing to connect to that thing or to build, right? Because if you just right click it or even shift right click it, you see cannot place this block here. Cannot place this block here. Right? Even if you do it here, cannot place this block here. Because it's saying that this is not a surface that you can place that on. But you can do it here. So how did I get that to work? Well, let's save and leave. I'll have to look up the mixer recipe. I might have done a typo or something in the recipe. I probably did. I most likely did. Let's see if I can't. Blah, blah, blah. Open Sesame. Let's open Vintage Story. Data. Logs. Client. It's probably in the server. And then show. Open with code. Error. Okay, it's not in that one. 14 errors in this. Error. My guess, yes, right here. Well, casing. Resolving a block drop or smelted stack with code. Okay, so that means I probably mislabeled one of the ingredients, because when you edit or when you have a recipe, you have to actually specify whether it's a block or an item. I don't know why. It's like a little oversight, I think. So let's go mixer and well casing. Failed resolving a block. Well casing. Well casing. Well casing. I removed the hyphen off of it because hyphenated stuff is usually variants, right? So well dash casing, the game would see that as well with the casing variant. That's kind of how the codes work. So having it all one word is better. So I changed the object to be one word. So the actual thing itself is a single word. I just didn't update the recipe. So that's that bug. Okay. That should be a recipe now. Okay. So the block placement logic is done with this tag here, attachable. So attachable, you give it the block number, which again, this is the master key. I heard a meow. This is the master key to all the different block ingredients of this structure. So I'm saying, hey, the block number of 8, which is the power block, the attachable side is up. Okay? And so this enables this block, when it turns into a dummy block and, down the road, when you're interacting with it, allow attachables on the up face, right? And you could, the sides here, this is an array. You could have you could really, really control what sides you access to this. And so it gives you really finite control over how do you attach stuff. And so imagine there's eventually a platform for signals. Cat, what do you want? So if there's a signal thing, like an interface that you could plug into signals, you would change the recipe, of course. So the recipe for the actual pump jack itself would be altered slightly, and so the signal version would be possibly I don't know, it would be multi-block IO -signal, which would be 9, and up here you'd have 9, and then you'd specify the side to access, and so you'd just be able to then put a signal connector onto that face, and you'd have to have custom code. That's what we're going to work on today, is the connector, because I want to deliver power to this damn thing so we can actually test it and see the animation in the game. That would be awesome. So the other one I added here is attributes, because yes, the block itself, right? This are the attributes for the core machine, core block, all of the relevant stuff for the actual machine. And there was no real system to allow the dummy blocks their own attributes, especially configured to the to the machine itself. What are the attributes of this dummy block in this specific machine? Not universally. If I added attributes to these blocks, right? This is the block number to these blocks, or to the block codes that they change, right? So if these have attributes, well, those are universal across every machine. Literally every machine would have the same attributes for, say, the dummy power. And so I didn't want that. I wanted unique attributes for that particular machine in that particular instance, because this block doesn't indicate what power. What power do I want? What power do I interface with? And so that's why I added the attributes tag as well, right? So this is this is in my custom multi-block behavior or my custom multi-block structure object. This is the overriding thing that's managing all of this. And so this attributes is just that. It is the same tag as this. It's a JSON object. It's just what attributes to the block number. Again, these are all mapped to the block number. What attributes do I have for that particular area? They don't have to be universal. These two are completely optional. In fact, you don't even need these two. I have a bunch of null checks and stuff. So if they don't exist, they just get ignored. But if they do, this block number here matches to power, and now I can set attributes. And I did that late last night, so these are not actually plugged into anything right now. But I took these attributes from a machine where the wire nodes are. So these are basically mapping to the same enums. Basically, I'll be able to do a little bit of work with that, because then in my connector block, which we're going to work on today, the thing you put on the thing to then deliver power, right? The bridge between the wire network and the machine, and what, like, it's basically going to be a pass through of power into the block or into the core. So we're going to work on that today. And I think the connector, Os, you asked me if the connector is going to be gated to which tier it is. And I initially said, no, it'll be universal. But then I started thinking about that and went, that's probably not a good idea. Nor do I know.
Because otherwise, what's the point in branching them?
Right. And then the other thing is, like, the beefier, like, HV cable it's visibly bigger. Like, the HV cable not only has insulation on it, because it's not copper, it's got like the rubber black texture on it, but it's significantly thicker. So the wire itself is like beefier. And if that's being plugged into like a universal connector that's also catering to LV wire, which is like a single voxel, it's just going to look funny, right? When you have like a big beefy cable hooked into something that also can have like a tiny itty bitty cable. And secondary to that, not really sure how to get the wire nodes. I don't have a system in there that allows wire nodes to have multiple wire connection tiers on it, right? The way that like the power tier tag works, it is a power tier. It's not power tiers, it's power tier singular. So I don't know. I would have to go back and tickle code that I haven't touched in a long time that works in order to do that. And I really don't want to do that, because whenever I touch code that works, it runs the possibility that it no longer works. So I don't want to do that. I want to do a wire connector. And I pulled up, let's see, Immersive Engineering Power Connector images. I said images, not videos. I click images and they're all videos.
Oh man.
Like, I don't want videos. I want images. Can I get like a close-up? Ooh, there's a decent close-up. Right there is what I'm looking at. So they look very similar I thought they had a crazier design than that. I thought they looked like crazy. Those are relays. Yeah, okay. So yeah, it's hard like finding. So what I want to be able to unify sort of what this is. So let's see. And I'm sure there are people out there who would be very, very good at remodeling this kind of stuff. But what I'm going to do is we're going to start with the LV, obviously, even though we don't have LV, we don't really have an LV multiblock. Hey, Shintaro. Mirza, okay. Mirza. You don't pronounce the K. Mirza. Okay. So, this, let's go maybe 8. I think 2 might be pushing it. So, we're going to do this 7.5 and 7.5 like that. And then we're going to want this. This is going to be center post. Okay, and then this we will move we're going to thin it. And then we're going to move it in. Like so. Actually, we need to dial it back. Then go up and up. Luce, what is your malfunction, huh? I had to clean up a nice little pile that she left last night as a gift when I got up today. So that was nice. But she was kind enough to drop the pile in the bathroom, which has a linoleum floor, which was much easier to clean than a carpet. How did the pump jack turn out? Rewind about, I don't know, 15 minutes. Pump jack is great. I'm working on a way to power it so we can actually see the animation. I want to see the animation. But I have a laptop.
Yeah, about 24 minutes ago. There's a good point.
There you go. 24 minutes. Well, I mean, you're going to see it again. I just have to get some of these shenanigans up and running here. Now I might have gone a little. Let's dial that back a little bit. Cube 3, insulator 1. And then we're going to dial this down. Like that. I honestly don't even know how these work. I really don't. Like, you have all these insulators in there. Okay, so how does the power get down into the thing if you have a bunch of insulators? Anyway, So here we have a copy situation, and then we're going to put this up. And then we're going to take the center post and we're going to drop it down. And then we're going to have this. Okay. Yeah. I hear the purrs. Lap goblin is a go. All that meowing. Yeah, all that meowing. Okay. Why is this not? Okay. So insulator 2 needs to be there. That's why I was getting thrown off. Okay. That. So the center post, I actually want to make, well, yeah. And then let's raise this up a little bit more. Cat, I swear to God, what are you doing? Just go. She gets into a position where half her body is hanging off the front of my chair, and she just stays there. And she wiggles and wiggles and wiggles, and then eventually she'll fall. But the whole process takes 20 minutes for her to actually finally jump off the thing. It's like, just jump off the thing. Just jump. Stop trying to play with my wires.
I like that comment. Somebody points out that the pump jack has a spoilage speed.
I cannot for the life of me figure out how to remove that. I want to remove that.
I think it's a default if it has a container.
Right. And every single one of my machines has an inventory. Right? So it's how do I remove that damn food spoilage? I don't know of a way to get rid of that. All right. And then I want probably center post B. I'm going to copy this. And we're going to make this an M. We're going to raise this up. Okay. And we're going to shrink that down. And then we're going to make this that. Just like that. Okay. So, theoretically, wires connect in there. How does power get down to here? With the insulators. Is there an electrical engineer in the house? How does this work? Right? What are the look at it. Look at what we're looking at here. And I don't know of a way to make it bigger. Let's see. Oh my God, will you stop doing that? Somewhere. There it is. Right? What is the point of the insulation? If this goes all the way down, if this goes through the whole thing and goes into the machine, what is the point of the insulation? And I know I'm nitpicking, and I know this is not the point of all of this, but it bothers me, right? It bothers me that it bothers me. Is it to insulate? I don't know. There would be no point. These are supposed to be for transmission lines. Like, I understand, like, when you're looking at high voltage transmissions, right, where the wires don't have to connect to the thing. Those have a bunch of insulators on them, right? Because the thing the wires are connected to are separated from the structure, and they have to be, right? And the higher the voltage, the longer that chain has to be, which is why you see some where there's like 20 feet of insulators between the wires and the metal structure, because any closer and you'd get arcing badness, right? You'd get grounding. So in a case like this, though, how does the how does the power go from the connector down to the thingamajiggle? I don't know. It's annoying. So what we're gonna do? Oh, we do have an engineer in the house. Oh shit. I'm gonna get judged. I'm gonna get judged on my mechanical and electrical engineering prowess. So yeah, it's like we could add a little wire thing, you know, to bridge the gap, but the same problem exists. So what I think we're gonna do is just ignore it altogether and say the insulation, right, is an effort to get the wire up off the surface, right, the wire connection, but the insulation is to prevent things from touching the contact and you know zapping themselves, basically. So we're going to go to the face. This is going to be a dead simple version here. Again, this is the LV version. And so we're going to do the north face image, import blocks, copper flat, apply, copy, and then we're going to say the down face is disabled, and the up face is also disabled, right? So then we do shift paste. Okay, now we go to insulator. All of the sides on this have to be done. So we're going to go image, import, and then insulator, blue. What do I use for that? I can't remember what texture I used for the insulator. Stone. No. Deco. No. I mean, black would be like rubber insulation. This would be like a clay. This is the recipe is basically going to be very similar to the relays. Well, let me just poke at the relays. I need another explorer. Here, programming, vintage. I do a lot of things, by the way. Got my finger in many pies. And only my finger. Mod assets. The relays are in game domain. I kind of wish I wouldn't have done that now, but it is what it is. Relays. Okay, so LV power. This is the actual relay. textures, game block relays center. Okay. And then insulator. So that means the texture is in here. Block relays. Insulator. So this is the texture. This is technically the texture of the insulator. I am going to copy that, and yes, we are going to duplicate this texture. It's a 32 by 32 texture, and I'm fine with that. So there's the insulator. So go back to here. Minimize. And then, where is it? Where is it? There it is. Open. Why did you do that? Apply. And then we can just we could even make it fancy like that. And then we can do copy and then shift paste. And then we can go to the next one and shift paste. And then we can go to this one. Nope. And this one. And we want to disable the up and the down. And then we do shift paste. Right? And then what's left is actually changing the mapping. Because then we can just take this and we can do that. Take this and do this. West and do this. Just kind of randomize it. For now. Let's see. That would be east. There we go. I'll make it look at least halfway decent, and then west would be like that. And then the up doesn't really matter. I leave the prettiness to other people. That's basically my thought. Is if you want to tinker away. This is going to be the wire post. Wire connector. Center post, let's get this just kind of whatever. It looks like crap, but you know, other people are better at this. Okay, wire connector is going to be, first of all, we're going to disable the down. And we're going to go to image, import, and gold. Because gold image, gold, apply. Copy, paste. Down. Okay, it is disabled. Gold is what I use on all of my machines to indicate a wire connection goes there. So the relays don't have it because they're not actually delivering power. So these things are, this is the different way of dealing with this. These are going to be delivering power. And so these I want to have the gold things. Hey, Patrick. And again, we can just kind of put a little bit more detail into the sides by making these a little bit bigger. It really doesn't, like, all the engine is doing is just grabbing more pixels. Like, it's just whatever. It's a tiny little voxel, but you know, it's our tiny little voxel. Okay, we're gonna save it. We're going to put this Not in multi-block, of course. Connectors. Come on. No. Connectors. There we go. Why are these in odd assets, shape, block, connectors? What? Did I already do this? Did I do this like years ago and just forgot? Shapes, block, connectors. Relays. Shapes, block, relays. There's all the relays. Connectors. What? Come on, minimize that. Launch another one. Open. Vintage shapes, block, connectors, LV power. Good Lord, I already did it. I already made these. Open. MV power. I don't... I vaguely remembered this. Very vaguely remembered this. Up. I mean, I like what I did there. That's okay, but I don't know. What do you guys prefer? Something like this or something like this? Right? Door number 1. Door number 2. I'm not really sure what this little thing is supposed to be for. Like, it's just a little detail. The one I made today looks better. Okay. I mean, it's damn near identical, but we have a little thing in there. This is copper, this is a copper color, supposed to be, hey, this is power getting pushed right into there. I mean, I was trying to be fancy with these, with the whole, like, Duvalakis here, but if we open then, like, HV, okay, close that. No, we're not going to do short circuit. No, we're not. Every time somebody suggests a feature like that, what's funny about it is they don't realize just how much goddamn work and code it goes into making those little features, right? So, like, getting the thing functional, getting it working, that's a huge amount of work, right? You have to get a lot of work. Little edge case fringy features like that just take a huge amount of time and don't push the mod forward. And my main goal is pushing this mod forward as quickly as possible, and getting into the hands of people who can sit and tinker like that and possibly add little frilly features, right? Just get a PR, tinker with the code, work on it. If you have a small feature in mind and you want to tinker with it, you can get the code, tinker with it, get it working, and then submit a PR request. And just like, once you submit the PR, I can review it, make sure it doesn't like do anything catastrophic, and then we can integrate that into the mod. This is why you see like Minecraft mod projects have 80, 120 contributors, right? This is the reason, is people are tinkering with it in themselves, fixing a small bug, doing this or doing that, and then contributing to the project. I haven't had a lot of that. I've had a little bit of it, but not a lot. So it's like my real hope is to get this in the hands of people that are going to be like, that are going to jump on it. Okay, so we want, I don't want to just flat out delete these, but we are going to cut and move these out of the mod domain. Design docs. New folder. Trimmed work. Paste. Okay, so we have connectors. So this is going to be, oh god, cat hair lingers everywhere. It's unbelievable how much cat hair she sheds. I have a little brush right here. Like, I brush her, and it's just like, I could sit and brush her for 20 hours, right? 20 hours straight. I could just sit and just brush. And then after that 20 hours, I could relax and pet her, and I would pull up a bunch of cat hair. It's just like, how do you lose so much hair and not be bald? Like, I want to know her secret, and I want to be able to, I want to bottle up that secret, because it would be nice to know how she does it. .NET, it's actually, I want to say it's 8 or 9 by now. Like, .NET 8, I think they just moved to in 1.21. They just bumped it. They just bumped it up to 8, I think. I remember doing it for 1.21 because I had to bump up my compiler and all of that, and then when I did, I had to go and refactor some code because it broke some code because it was done in a different way. So I'm just more aerodynamic. Yeah, I don't have a lot of drag. All right, so we need to jot down what the coordinates are of this cube, right? This is important. So this is going to be LV connector is going to be 7.5 to 7.5. Right? You just need to jot that down. And it's going to be a 1 voxel. Right? It's just a single voxel, because I think what I'm going to do is the MB is going to be a beefier version of that. Okay. So we're going to save it. Oh my god. Save programming vintage engineering mod assets vintage shapes block connectors LV power. All right, now we can just take this and we're going to save as, and we're going to say, oh, why did this thing forget which directory I used? Vintage mod assets vintage shapes block connectors mv power.json. Okay, so center post, let's do 5. Let's dial this back Well, dial that back. We're going to need to do 0.25 to make sure it's in the center. Always make sure your origin is on there too. Well, this is gonna be a little beefier, right? This is gonna be beefier. So let's raise this up a notch. We're gonna increase the voxel size here, 1.5, and we're gonna do this and this, and this is gonna be 5, right? It's gonna be beefier, like I said. Because the wires are thicker. And if you don't have a beefy connector, the wires are going to look all funky. Okay, insulator. Let's see. I want. Let's go there. No. 5. Oh, no. Like that. Okay. People who like VS and the people who like Zomboid. You notice Zomboid is in here. All right, we're going to take insulator 1 and we're going to copy that baby and we're going to move it up to here. We're going to copy this and we're going to move this baby up. Okay, and then this has to go up like that. This has to get a little bit thicker. There. Save. What is this? Oh, you can export like an animation as a GIF. Oh, that's cool. I should try that with the pump jack animation. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so now we want to save as again. Not that we really... Hey, look at that. It actually saved. We're going to do HV power. Right? And now we want wire connector. We're going to bump this up. Nope. Whoop. We're going to bump this up to 5. This is going to be a full 2, 2, 2. Should be right on that center. Because this thing, like HV, this is a beefy cable that runs into this. It's a lot of power. Center post. Again, we're going to do 2 and 2 and 7 and 7. And then 3 and 3. 6 and 6 or not. Yeah, there we go. And we're going to copy that. Put that there. God damn, my fucking throat. This can go up. I'm going to delete this. Okay. Shapes are done. Oh yeah, I forgot. Wire connector. So HV is 757, and it's 2 by 2 by 2. Let's open MV wire connector. MV. This is gonna be a rough one. 7.5, 7.25, 3, 7.25. And this is gonna be 1.5 times 1.5 times 1.5. Okay. Shapes are done. Now we need to actually define these blocks. God, my fucking throat is just nonstop. So block types. I don't want to put these like in individual things. I want the connector to be uniform. And then what I also want is we're going to just borrow the wire relays here, because these power connectors are really specific to this mod, right? So these are going to be specific to the mod, not necessarily the catenary system, which is all based on the game domain. This is why there's a game domain, is the wiring system, the catenary mod I built to allow any modders to define wires and stuff in it. And so that's why it's in the game domain, just in case there's a weird amount of stuff that you have to do with that. So, but this is definitely going to be let's do power connectors. How about MB? Multi-block power connectors. Dragons are not my thing. can't see. Are you talking about the rideable drag? Are you talking about Hightail or are you talking about VS? I mean, I was like, dragons. Okay, so MB connectors. Now we want to edit this. Okay. Because this is basically the same. Omni attachable, pretty much the same. For now, we're going to do these. Okay. LV power, MV power, HV power. Entity class by type. This will be VE M or BE MB power connector. And this is going to be MB power connector. Multi-block power connector. Okay. Now, let's go back to code. And let's look at my electrical enum type. Storage transformer. I might have to do. I might have to actually add a type into this. Because it's. Remember, this connector is going to allow both extract and insert. It's basically like a bridge between the wired network, the actual wire electric network, and the multi-block machine itself. Because you can't wire the machine directly because of some of the limitations of the game, and how like selection boxes and stuff work. There's no real way to bridge those two. Oh man, I did not mean to fill it up. I thought I was going to get one last cup, but there's a little bit left. So what? Because it's going to be like, it's going to need to be both a consumer and a producer. So what would this thing be called? Pass through? What would be a generic a generic type specified for this? Because this is going to have ripple effects. I'm going to have to go into my electric network itself, and I'm going to have to make sure that the electric network in its tick is looking at this type of block. Because right now, right, it's taking all consumers and putting them in a bucket. It's taking all producers and putting them in a bucket. It's taking storage and putting them in a bucket. Right? Transformer is a type of storage, so it goes in the storage bucket. Toggles I don't have implemented yet. Relays, they're dummy poles, right? They're relays. They have to be a part of the network because they are nodes on the network, but there's no processing that's done. So these connectors, it's like a bridge between them, and they can be both consumers and producers. So I could make them storage. Storage would cover it. Like the connector itself would be a storage, but essentially it would be a pass-through. So, God, I don't know what to call this. What's an instinct? What's your instinct, Oz?
Oh, sorry, I've been distracted.
Are you farming again?
Yep.
The
Let me
relays
rewind
or
a bit
the
and listen to you.
yeah the hmm. I mean, storage. I wouldn't have to invent a new type if I just made them a storage, right? If the connectors, you could even have the connectors have a little bit of internal power, but what the connectors really are is a pass through. Because any call to the connector on the electric side of things, like all of those calls are going to get passed through to the block entity.
Yeah, I would say a pass through, not a local storage.
But I have to like introduce that type. Because then I would have to have a pass through. Would be there would have to be special code that says, okay, if this type is a pass through, then I need to look at what it's passing through, right? Instead of mapping consumer, producer, blah blah blah, a pass through would be like, okay, if the type is a pass through, then I need to dig one level deeper, and there needs to be a function there that gives like give me the actual entity of what I need to pass through to. So if I do pass through, special type that will pass all calls to another entity. Okay. I need to use the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. All right, a couple pounds lighter, and we are ready to go. So the pass-through type would be this. Now, LV power, MV power, HV power, pass through, max power, blah, 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 blah. The pass through is important. This right here is what's important. This is a behavior, right? So the electricity system is based on a entity behavior, not the block entity itself. This is something that when Blue Lightning asked, like, you know, I have some time, like, what do you want? I was like, I need to strip. Because before, in the early days of the mod, the block entities had all of the code for the electric system. And I had the code repeated in several different base block entities, right? So I had a block entity base for machines that had a GUI, like a container. And then I had a separate one for ones that were more simple, that were just like input output and didn't need a GUI or anything like that. And so I had a bunch of code that was replicated in several objects, and that's bad. You don't want that. And so I was like going full steam ahead on some feature or another, and so Blue Lightning basically stripped all of that code out of the base block entities and put it into a behavior, because I was like, yeah, this functionality would be easily done in a behavior. And it literally took him like 2 days. Like, it was so fast. I really wish he would have stayed on the project. We would be so much further ahead. We'd be probably done with the project by now. Like, we'd be done with the principal amount of work. Like, we would have gone so fast. But he had to do the gourmand mod for some reason. He loves the food stuff, so we made the gourmand mod instead. But whatever, it is what it is. Okay, so the pass-through type, we're gonna have to do some special code with that. Because when we run into that, we're gonna need some way of saying, hey, if this is a pass-through, how are we going to communicate what is being passed through, right? Because remember, imagine the connector, right, is sitting on that pump jack. What it's connected to is a dummy block, right? That dummy block points, right? It has a offset that points to the core. So the actual thing itself, right, needs to be able to communicate that bridge, but it has to do it with the behavior, because the behavior is the thing that's running, not the block entity. Right, so the behavior has to detect, hey, I'm a pass-through. There's some special multi-block code that has to be involved with that. So, good coders, yeah, they are. Blue Lightning was like, I'm a competent programmer, not a talker, but a competent programmer. I can usually figure shit out, especially if I have examples. If I can look at an example of what I'm trying to do, I can usually figure it out, right? I can visualize the changes. There are some things that I still struggle with, like a bunch of rendering stuff and stuff that I never was trained or taught by anybody, right? I didn't go through school learning rendering stuff. I went through school learning sorting algorithms and stuff like that. So that is what I'm good at. Some people are really good at the rendering stuff because they've been doing it for a long, long time, and they got a really early start. I had a buddy in college who was really good at that. He could do rendering programming really, really easily, and he eventually made a game. That's even on Steam. I even streamed it on the channel. years ago called Delver. And so he produced this game over, like, he started it basically when I was just graduating college. He had started that project. He had just started tinkering and he wrote basically his own engine. Right? It's crazy. Like, and he managed to get a job at a game company and stuff after he shipped it. Because it seems to be that's what you have to do in order to get into the games industry. You actually have to produce a game yourself. That's just like, it just seems like that's the way to do it. Because every effing job I've seen in the games industry that I've wanted to apply to, one of the requirements is you had to have shipped a title. And I'm like, how is it you hire new people into this job if nobody comes out of the womb having shipped a game title? So how do you then hire somebody who's shipped a game title if you don't ever hire people that never ship game titles? So it's just one of those catch-22s that always catches me off guard. Okay, so we have now the wire connector, and we need to set this. First of all, this is going to be Vint Engineering domain. These are the shapes, by the way. So the type here is LV power, MV power, HV power. And so we have the directories where we have the actual shapes, block connectors. LV power, MV power, HV power. So we go in here and we say this is going to be block connectors. Like that. And the type is going to be inherited from this, right? This type matches this type down here. This is the brilliance of the vintage story backend. Like, this backend is so good. It's so good that I want to go to other game companies, right, and redo their backends to match Vintage Story, like, as close as possible. Like, imagine Project Zomboid having this system, right? I've applied to a job there twice. But I haven't heard anything back. Like, it's just like, it's like I'm it's like I'm a ghost. But I would love the opportunity to go into Project Zomboid, because I love that game. I think it has so much infinite potential for years of community and innovation and stuff. It's a brilliant game, but it needs a lot of TLC in the back end. It's one of those, like, perfect examples of feature creep and code bloat that they never went back and said, okay, now that we have all of these cool features, we need to actually restructure our backend to do this efficiently. And that's what they really need. And in the latest message I sent, and I sent my resume and a message, and I was just like, I would love the opportunity, to migrate this into the next, for the next 20 years, right? I mean, the game came out in like 2011, or at least they started working on it in 2011. I think they might have come out with the first version in 2013 or 2014, something like that. It's got a crazy production history. They had at one point like 2 months of their work stolen. Somebody broke into their quote-unquote office, which was, I think, just a small apartment. They broke into their office and stole all of the laptops and all the computer equipment, and they didn't have an offsite backup of all that work. And so they lost like 2 months of work because they didn't have a backup of it. So the project itself, the game itself, has a crazy history of ups and downs, and the two guys that started it just learning trial by fire, basically. Like, ooh, this is crazy. But I would love to come in there and be like, all right, let's look at this and redesign it from the ground up. Every aspect of the game and including the back end. And just one time, next release, break all of the mods, right? All of the mods are going to be broken. But do that once, right? And just break them all and say, all right, going forward, we're going to try not to do that. But we have to break them all at once because we had to re-architect the whole back end. As well as reprogram the game in fucking C# because the more Java code I look at, the more I like C#. Java has its uses, and Java is used in a lot of things. Games should not be one of them. The same is true with the Hightail server. I am so damn tempted to port the Hightail server to C#. You have no idea. I couldn't even imagine how much fucking work that would be, though. Just object by object, class by class, just grind through and create a brain trust of the Hightail server in C#, and then try every new version of the game, try to port whatever the change was over to the new version. I don't know how you would do that efficiently, but have like a C# Hightail server that was just as moddable as the normal Hightail server. Anyway, that was a tangent and a half. Now, the reason I jotted down the coordinates of all of the gubbins was this is where the wire nodes come from. Right? When you're holding wire in your hand and you go to connect a wire, the little selection box that is shown, that selection box is what's defined in this, right? This right here is defining the start and end coordinates of that selection box. It's defining that bounding box. And so this thing then needs to be derived, and this is why sort of the selection boxes are not supported outside of a single block space, because these numbers end at 1. Any higher than 1, and you're starting to get into crazy, like, how does the game handle that when you have, like, x1 equals 2? Like, how do you... There's no coordinate system that does that. 1 is... And so these are voxelized 0 to 1, and typically they're in segments of 16. So you take 1/16, which is 0.0625, and it's just, if you have whole numbers, they're just multiples of that, right? 2 of these is 1.125. And then you go, like, you keep doing those multiples, and you get multiples of 16, right? Or 1/16. But some of our numbers are halves and quarters. So this is where this is going to get gnarly. And yeah. All right, coffee is done. Now I can drink this. And I have a little stained cheat sheet here with all of the multiples of 1/16, right? From 0.625 all the way up to 1. I even included 1 on there because I wanted to be a completionist. But normally, what I try to do in my machines is try to get that wire node in a whole number. Like, it's 7 in, 7 up, it's 1 by 1. It's really easy math. The cheat sheet works. In this situation, the HV connector is the only one that does that. So, in the end, we have HV connector is 7. The coordinates to start are 7, 5, 7. So we go to 7, which is 0.4375. And then 5 is 0.3125. And then 7 again is 0.4375. So those coordinates for the HV is where the start is. So we go to HV power all of these we're not going to implement. I mean, these are signal, communication, blah 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 blah, whatever. We don't need all of those. There. Nope. There. Boink. I'm not going to deal with those. Okay, so HV, the start, right? This is the numbers I just did. 4375, 3125, 4375. Now, the voxel to contain it is 2 by 2 by 2, right? The voxel is 2 by 2. But the square, remember the origin of that coordinate is on like the bottom corner of that voxel. So even if it's 2 by 2, you have to actually go 3 out. Because 1 just encompasses that voxel that you are including. 2 encompasses like the voxel that you need. And I think, yeah. So what we need then is to dial it back 1. Because I want the bounding box to be 1 voxel bigger, right? I want the bounding box to encompass the voxel, not just be the voxel, right? So I have to go out 1. So that 757 actually becomes 6, 4, 6, which we need 0.375, 4, which is 0.25, and then 0.375. Okay, so now we're gonna fix this. 0.375, 0.25. Now we need to go to 7, to 8, and to 9. So now we need to go 9, right? We go 3 out. 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 9. So 9 is 0.5625. 7 is 0.4375, and then 0.5125 or 56. It helps if I'm not hurrying with my writing. So the ending voxel then, which is x2, is 5125, which is also this voxel. And this one is 4375. Yeah. That should be, 7. Okay. Everything else you don't touch because the rotate is just when this thing is placed, it has to rotate these around depending on where it's what it's facing. So that's what these do. And then the collision box, blah 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 blah. This selection box is specifically for when you're holding wire in your hand. This is not. This is like if you're holding a pickaxe and you want to break the block. What are you actually doing? So again, it's kind of defining the same thing, but I'm going to leave this alone. And if we have to tweak the numbers, we can tweak the numbers, but drops. There we go. I knew there was another thing. So we have MB connector. That. Right? So when you break it, what does it drop? It has to drop the type that it's going to drop. Okay, so now the shenanigans are going to be the other numbers, which they're going to be fractional. So again, we want to print, or we want the bounding box not to be the actual voxel. We want it to be like a voxel out on each direction. So that way you can actually see the bounding box when you're trying to highlight it. So the MV version is 7.25, 7.25. That's the position of the start of the connector. So now we need to bounce that back out. So we want 6.25 to 6.25. And then we want this thing is going to be 1.5, right? This voxel is 1.5 large. So this needs to be 2.5, 3.5, right? Because we're doing one voxel away. So we're one voxel in, and then 1.5, and then one voxel. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3.5. So then we go 3.5 would be 9. Yeah, I did the HV one wrong. So MV again, we need to go 6.25 to 6.25. So we have, that's the start. And we go 3.5 because we have the 1, 1.5, 1, which is 3.5. So 3.5, so 6.25 plus 3.5 is 9.75. So we have 9.75. And then 3.5 on 2 would be 5.5, and then 9.75. So HV is 6, 4, 6. And then I forgot that HV connector is 2, right? So the 6 to 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's 10, not 9. And then the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then 10. So that was because when I looked at the MV and I was calculating the 9.75, I was like, that is further away than the HV connector, which we had at 9. So I was like, why is that? That doesn't feel right because the HV should be bigger. So yeah, that was it. LV. Not that I don't think we're gonna have really much LV connectors. So that's going to be 6.2 or 6.5. 1, 6.5. And then we're going to have 1, 2, 3. So 9. Really? 9.5? 9.5. 4. 9.5. So all these 0.5ers, like, we need to actually calculate these because a half of a 16th is a 32nd, which is 0.03125. Like, it's just the fractions are going to get tiny. So, but you know, this is what we have to do. So to 6.5, we take 6.5 divided by 16. And we go up to LV, right? And this is 40625. 40625. Yep. And then 1 is 0.0625, right? And then the end, which is 9.5, which is 9.5 divided by 16, is 59375. 59375. And then this is going to be 4, which is 0.25. Okay. So that is LV. That should be LV. I mean, I could obviously make a mistake in here somewhere and just the shenanigans will ensue. All right. So this is going to be a big decimal because the MV power is 6.25 divided by 16. Oh, Lord. 390,625. 390,625. Okay. And 125. Yeah, 0.125. Okay. And then the end is 9.75 divided by 16 is 609375. 609375. And then the Y is 5.5 is 34375. Okay. We go back down to HV just to validate. 6,375. Good. And then 10. I think this is the difference. 625. Something just feels off about this. I don't know why. And 8 is, oh, yeah, 0.5. I don't know why it feels off, but it just feels off. I don't know. It's weird. Okay. This is the hard part of this, I think. Like if you're working on a machine, if you're working on whatever, and you're running into like what these numbers are, I just wanted to run through that and just show you like what that is. It's just like the bounding box of when you're holding wire and you're connecting. It's just, they're just multiples of 16. Okay, so we have all of these done. This is a pass-through. We just invented that. Okay, now we are ready to go. So this is the entity class that we don't really have yet. So we actually need to introduce this. And where do we want to put it? Do we put it in block entity? Extruder, forge. Or do we put it in multi-block? I don't think we put it in multi-block. Electrical. We might want to put it in the electrical system because we already have the relays in here. So, yeah. And then multi-block power connector. Public. Now, is this electric BE relay? right? This is a block entity. I need to think about this for a second. I can't think. I need to use the bathroom. Okay. Now, I'm trying to think of like what my base class, like what is this? What does this need? Right? What is this thing gonna need when we look at like the behavior? So this behavior, this is the thing that runs the power interface. Okay, so properties. C type. So this block entity already has I don't honestly know when I look at the relay, right? This is block entity. Oh my god. Block entity. Thank you. Quit trying to assume that you're anyway. I'm trying to think of like what I need. What I need this for. I mean, I could on block placed. Called when the block entity just got placed, not called when it was previously placed and the chunk is loaded. Always called after initialized. After initialized, okay. Not called when it was previously placed and the chunk is loaded. So if we have like a private... No, come on. Quit trying to add gubbins to my... Jesus. Core offset. Yeah, I know. You need to get that in there. There you go. Offset. So on block placed, this is called after initialize. I might not need initialize. Public 3i core offset. Core offset. And I think I need the problem with this is the offset let me rethink this. Block position. Core position. Okay. So this will be block position. Core position. Return core position. Because the offset, right, when you place this, what it's going to do is it's going to look where whatever the orientation is, it's going to look at that block that it's sitting on. So if it's on west, right? If it's on the west face, or if the default is up, right? So if it's up, we need to look at the opposite direction. We need to look at down. We need to look at that block, validate it's a dummy block. It's a power dummy block. Look at the offset of that block, grab the block position of that offset, make sure that's a core, and then save that as the core position. Because that core position is what we're actually passing through. Everything we are is passing through to that core position. And that is the thing that we're going to need to grab from this. So, like, do we do, like, nullable? Oh, my God. Null? Allow null? Like that? I thought it was nullable. Is it allow null? Specifies that null is allowed as an input, even if the corresponding type disallows it. Let's peek at block position. I think it's a struct. Math tools. Block position. I'm looking at DN Spy, by the way. Just stop with that. Oh, no, it is a class. Okay. Proto contract, JSON object. Yeah, there's a bunch of like helper classes or helper functions and stuff. Look at all. It's a big struct. But it's actually not that memory intensive. It only has a few ints. Right. These are just conversions. So those aren't actually stored in memory. They're just conversions. But like you can see internal Y, that's an int. But it's based off of the dimension and Y. So you look at Y and you say, okay, Y is an int. XYZ is an int, right? Those are all ints. Dimension boundary, that's literally like a const, so that's just a constant, and then dimension. So the struct in memory, right? This class in memory is like 5 ints. Like it's just, that's all it is like 5 ints. Maybe 6, depending on how this constants is stored. But yeah, like as vector 3i just is another conversion. It might even be just 5 ints. Dimension boundary, XYZ. All the rest of this is just, it's, you're not copying all this in memory. It's just the shared class. So it's a pretty lightweight thing to store. And then we want to do 2 tree attributes. and we say tree.set block position core position code core position value and then we do public, well, let's do override from tree attributes, and we say core position equals tree dot get block position core position default value null. So this we do if core position does not equal null. Right? If it's equal to null, don't try to write it because it's null. It would throw an error if you try to write block position that's null. I know from experience. And then in the load, it's trying to grab it, but it's defaulting to null. So it will be null if it previously did not have a value. So what we need to do is maybe on initialize, I don't think we need this on block placed because this is called after initialize anyway. So when it's initialized, and this is called when you place it, right? And it's called when it's loading from a chunk. So initialize is like, this is the call. And this initialize is called after it's loaded from disk. So if it's loaded off of disk, it does this first, and then this. When you place it for the first time, it calls this, then this on the server, and then this on the client. Right? So this to tree attributes and from tree attributes, these are called when you're saving to disk and when you're syncing to client and server. You're syncing this data. So this initialize is a vital call. And in here we can validate and store the core position, right? So we can do public void like validate validate core, I guess. I don't know what you would call that. So core position, if core position does not equal null, do whatever, else do whatever. So if core position is not null, which means like what that means is it literally loads off of disk. If api.side equals enum.server validate core. We're only going to validate on the server. You never want your clients to do any like critical things like that. The clients should be basically dummy terminals that interact with the server but do not control how the server validates and what it does. Like the server should be the thing to validate all of that. So if the core position does not null, if API does not equal null, so we want to make sure if we do an API call, we want to make sure, although if we're in here, we've already passed through this, so it really shouldn't matter, but it's always, doing sanity checks like that are, usually pretty wise. So we want to grab block core equals api.world.blockAccessor.getBlock of core position, right? Because core position isn't null. If core is not equal null and core is VE VE, what is it called? Multiblock entity core. The given expression is never of the... Oh, that's an entity core. VE MB core. Return... Should I just... well, might as well do bool. You know, and then return true. We're valid. You know, if we ever need to validate the core and return whether it's valid or not, now we can do that. Boolean. Okay. So if core position does not equal null, API does not equal null, grab the core block, whatever that is, and if that core block is not null and is the MB core, which is it's the core block of all of the multi-blocks. Right? So this is a multi-block pass-through. If the core is not a core, the multi-block core base class, that's a problem. It's not a multi-block. The other thing we could do, instead of doing this, we could check if we really wanted to. Electrical block entity IBE equals core.get interface electrical block entity of API.world. Block position is core position. Okay, so this, right, get interface call looks at all of the things regarding that block. It's looking at the block itself, whether the block has the interface. It looks at any block behaviors, see if any of those are the interface. It looks at the block entity, see if that has the interface, and then it looks at the block entity behaviors and see if that has the interface. Right? So this, instead of doing this call, we can do IBE does not equal null. This would allow us to place these components on machines, like LV machines, right? Just slap just slap it onto the side of a machine and power it that way. Because it's going to look at that core and it's going to say, hey, is this like valid? Is this a valid electrical block entity? This is why I made that damn interface. It's a universal interface, right? So if something is if the block behavior, block entity, or block entity behavior is that interface, that means we have an electric block. So validate that, yes, indeed, we do. If core position is null, or like this is core does not equal null, and IB does not equal null, this get block. How about we do and core.id does not equal 0. 0 is error, right? If core is, because this will never return null. Right? This will never ever return null. So this should never be true. Core equals null, right? Because we grab it, it should never equal null. But we also want to look to make sure it's not error, which is ID of 0. So if it's not null, but it's ID of 0, it's effectively null. It's error. There's nothing there. And then we check the interface. Core again is not null. So this get interface will pass. Even if it looks at error, it's like, okay, there's the block is error. There's no block behavior. There's no block entity, and there's no block entity behavior. That will return null. So good to go there. So we can do an else on this, and maybe double check what this is connected to. And then this, we also check what we are connected to. So we have two different things here that we're basically having to do the exact same thing, right? This is going to do the check of what we're connected to, and this is going to do the same thing. We have to connect. When we're placed, core position is going to be null, so we have to check what we're connected to. If we save and load and something happened, we need to, again, check what we're connected to. Because it's possible that something was broken, right? You broke the multi-block, and it's not connected there anymore. So we have to validate what this is. So I think because these are basically doing the same thing, we have to basically call a function. So what do we want this function to do? What do we want this function to do? Double check what is connected to. Check what are we. So we want to grab. We need to grab what we're sitting on. We need to validate that it's either a public bool validate connected what do we want? Validate what we're sitting on. Like, what are we connected to? Validate get core let's see. So first we need to do string side equals base.block.variant of side. Let's just validate that that is what this is called, position, actually. So this position will be up, down, northeast, south, or west, right? Up, down, northeast, southwest. That's what this will be. So then we want block facing string position, block facing. We are on position. Well, underneath equals block facing dot from code of position dot opposite. Okay. So what this is, let's say we're up, right? We're facing up. What this does is it grabs, okay, block facing dot from code up dot opposite goes down, right? Which is underneath. So it is, or if it's east, it's going to look west, right? So the dot opposite is just, it's basically like a big matrix that just is like, what is the opposite of what this face is? So then we need to get block position under position equals this dot position dot add copy of underneath. Okay. So we're passing the face to the position. Like, what is our position? We're adding the direction. Like, we're adding the direction. And that could be a subtraction, right? But it's all adding. And you always want to do copy when you're doing, because position.add would literally change the position of this block entity, which you don't want to do. Always do the copy, unless you know what you're doing. There is a bit of code in here that I don't do that because it works better if I don't. I just now got, oh wow, we're 2 hours in and you just got the notification. Good on YouTube. Thank you, YouTube. Okay, so we have the position of what we're sitting on. So now this is, we need to grab the block under block equals api.world.get block accessor.get block at under position. We have the block that's under us. If under block.id does not equal 0, else return false. If the block we're sitting on is somehow air, like, that's a problem. If it's air, we actually need to pop this and literally break our block somehow. If underblock.id does not equal 0, okay. So if underblock is MB dummy, we are sitting on a multi-block. So this is really, I love C#. This is doing the check if underblock is a dummy, and if it is, it casts it to this. So then in here I can use this variable and it's already casted to that object, right? So it's so handy. Else, if we're not on a dummy, if underblock is electric block, where I think that would be under catenary. No, can't be. Catenary is generic. Doesn't have anything to do with electrical blocks. Where? Electric block. That's a block entity. Block entity. Am I just blind? Am I not seeing it in here? Where is? Go to definition. Electric block. Am I just that blind? What No. Where is this source file? Engineering. Oh, it's under blocks. Derp. There it is. So this is the electric block singular, right? If we're not sitting on a dummy block, what are we sitting on? Are we sitting on an electric block? Which means this is attached to the back end of a machine, like a single block machine. It's not part of a dummy block. It's not part of a multi-block. We are attached to a single machine. A single block machine. You know, I'm on the fence whether to support this or not. I would rather have people wire them directly, but, you know, it is what it is. We can work on that code later. So, underblock is a VE dummy. So we know if dummy dot variant of block types dummy IO equals power. Okay. We are on a power dummy block. So we're basically like drilling down and we're like, all right, we'll make sure we're not on air. If we're on a dummy, and I don't know, is there another word for a block that is like, it's a dummy block. It doesn't do anything. It's just but it has to be a type. I need the type to be a power block. So variant IO, that will get us this variant here. What are we? We'll make sure we're a power block. So it's just like from generic to specific. We're not an air block, we're a dummy block, and we're a power dummy block. Ghost? I mean, Ghost. Kind of. Ghost block.
Proxy?
What did you say?
Proxy?
Yeah. Proxy.
Pretty similar to dummy, though.
It's not a placeholder. It's just like, because eventually what I want to eventually do, and I said eventually twice, is the dummy blocks. The reason why, when you look at the dummy blocks, that they have directionality, right? Horizontal orientatable. And the reason is the down the road to do collision, like custom collision boxes for the whole multi-block, right? So right now, the collision box is just the shape of a cube. It is the full cube, right? Where it's just a cube. And eventually the actual collision box itself will be an override, and you'll have a collision box. You'll have it calculated when the block is formed. It still won't work with the animation, right? The pump jack going up and down, that it's not going to work with that. But if you have something big enough, and you want to customize the collision boxes, I want to have a way to do that. I just don't know how, because there's no really easy way of defining like giant shapes like that don't have any rendering, don't have anything like that. It's just like there may be a way to hack it with the model viewer, but again, accessing the shape of a block is like not intuitive, because if we take like dummy.shape, right? The default shape, like here's all the composite shape stuff. So like what is in here? Well, there's a bunch of stuff, but
a lot of this, I don't know. So there's not like the shape. I would have to really dig into this, but you would have. I don't know. I don't know how you would do this. Somebody out there probably knows exactly what to do with that. I do not. So it is what it is. All right. So the core here, I want to like rebuild, just make sure we're still able to compile. Nope. Not all. Oh yeah. Not all code paths return a value. So we have get core, validate core. Yeah. So let's finish this up. We are on a power dummy block. We are good to go. I need to do VE MB entity core MB core equals, let's see, dummy dot get offset I need the position under position. API.world.block_accessor.getBlock entity of VVMB entity core there, and then negative, and then do that. .toBlock position. Why are you still angry? There we go. You can't negate a block position. I need to negate the offset. Because the offset, the way that it works, right? When the multi-block is created, it sets that offset, right? So every one of those dummy blocks gets whatever offset they are from the core. But that's a positive offset. So the dummy is like, what is the positive offset from me to the core? In order to go from the dummy to the core, I need to basically negate that offset. I need to flip the signs, positive, negative, negative to positive, in order to get back to the core from the dummy. Which is what this does, right? It gets the offset based on the position, the under position, that's the block that we're sitting on. Gets that offset, which is a call for the dummy block, negates it to get me the inverse of that offset, and then gives me a 2-block position. Right? Now, this, I think, is not right. I need to not do this. This is wrong. I need to do position.add copy. I need to take the under position. So connector, under position, it's a dummy block. I need to take that and basically add the offset to the core, right? I'm going after the core. I need the core block, right? The block entity. It's the block entity of the core. If we open that, MB entity core, This is what has the multi-block structure. This is what I need. I need that variable. Right? So this get block entity of this type at the under position, add the inverse of the offset to get me back to the core, right? And then we need to do if MB core does not equal null. Now I have access to MB core.multiblock dot la 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 multiblock MBS. So multiblock is the behavior. MBS is the actual structure, right? Multiblock structure. Dot. Now I have attachables, I have block codes, and I have attributes. So I need to know what the block number is. Dot get block number from offset. The offset, right, is dummy dot get offset of under position. This offset is what the dummy's offset is. I need to know what the number of that block is. Int number equals. So this is like, what this is doing is it's grabbing, it's saying, all right, what offset am I? And here's all the offsets. 0, 3, -2, blah, 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 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, -1. This is the offset that's contained in this get offset, right? Is what this offset is. What I don't have is the W value, which is the block number, right? What is the block number, which is mapped to this? I need to know what that block number is. So this gets the offset. This is a custom one that I wrote last night to say, all right, if I have an offset, I need to know what my block number is. And if you have, like, you can't really have more than one entry for the same type of block, because it would be the same block. But there would be kind of a way to hack it if you needed. If you had like two places that power could go, each one of those could be a different. It could be the same block, like the actual same block, but two different numbers, and there would be with the get offset or with the get block number is just whatever is the first one it runs into in the offset, because it looks at the offsets. I pass it in an offset, and it's like, all right, grab an offset that matches that, and then give me the very first one, right? Scan the list, whatever run you run into first, give me that block number, because it should be a 1-to-1. If I do a multi-block transformer, I would have to separate the block, right? I would have to figure out a way, like the block IO. I could maybe tweak it where the power block IO dummy would have all the different tiers of power of that thing, and then that would be a different block, right? It's the ingredient. It's what block goes into the recipe of making this multi-block. That is what needs to be unique. So there would be a way to do it. That's a feature for when the thing works, and I can go in and tweak it. Okay, so the number, get block number from offset. So now that we have the number, block entity core, we have the core, we have the number. We need to grab what tier are we? String Um, um, I need to change my base class here. Yeah. I'm looking at this here, and I'm wondering, do I really need all of this infrastructure for this? I don't need a tick listener. I don't need this to tick, but I do need this. So I mean, what I could do is literally like derive it from this, and then in my base, right, when I do initialize this base, this would run this, and then I could come back out of that, grab the listener ID, and just unregister it right away. Like, it's registered and then unregister it, because there is a delay here of a half a second before it even starts, so it would never tick. Just grab it, unregister it, and just ignore it from there. But the create behavior here, yeah, let's do that. Copy that. Paste it here. Okay. If listener ID is greater than 0, unregister game tick listener ID equals 0. Just, I don't need a ticker. I don't need it to tick. But I am going to need access to the electric interface in some way, shape, or form, most likely. Okay. Because this is, right? This does have the entity, right? It has the behavior. So I need to be able to access it. This is a pass-through, but this also has all of the wire connectors and all of that kind of stuff. So how do I access this data to get the power tier of my wire node? I'm trying to remember here. Get electric.wire tier. I can't remember how my own code works. Electric.connections. Get connections. Because we look at behavior, connections, I'm just trying to see what data I have access to here. Num connections, add connections, get connections, electric connections, wire node index. Add connection, remove connection, initialize. It's the wire node, right? This is wire nodes. Index of 0. Index. See, these are all index of 0 because they're different types. So I know that this is only wire node equals MB core. Oh no, this is electric dot get connections 0. This must be a list. No, this isn't right. I don't think this is right. Close that. Machine state is loaded priority, electric connections, network IDs. What I actually need, I think, instead of doing this, I need the block. I need our block wire nodes, right? So if we look at the base block here, VE electric block. So that electric block is a wired block, right? And a wired block, that is the catenary side. Because I was looking at I'm looking at the electric side. That's not what I need to look at. I need to look at the catenary side, which is the wired block. So we go to definition. This, right, is where the wire anchors are. So, go to here. And we're looking at what we need to compare. What is our connection? What is our tier? Are we LV, MV, HV? Like, what are we? What is this connection? And then we need to compare that with the core, essentially, like, the multi-block structure, if we look at that, like pump jack, there's where I'm defining this, right? So the block number, we've already got that. We've already got our block number. And I can grab the attributes. I can say, all right, let's if the attributes exist, if our block number exists, grab those attributes. Because in this case, in this instance, the power attributes, we need a function and we need the tier. This is what we need. But we need the power tier. We need that to match something, which is what the connection is. If we're an LV connection and we look into this and we say, oh, this is an MV thing, well, that's a mismatch, right? We're not going to be able to interface with that. Or we could interface and have some shenanigans happen or something. Or if it's a higher tier, if it's HV, right? And we're actually connecting to an MV, we could do some shenanigans with explosions or you can, fill in the blanks on little frilly features like that. My drive is to get it working. So we have the block of what we are. So we need to look at wired block us equals base.block as wired block. Oh, come on. Wired block. Thank you. Right? Our block, us, right? Base.block is what we are. Remember, we're in the block entity here. So we need the block is the wired block. This is the thing that contains what we are. If us equals null, return false. For some reason, we're not a wired block. So that's a problem. So now we look at what wired block gives us access to is the wire nodes or the wire anchors. Wire anchors is the wired node section, right? So if we look at wire nodes, the wired node reads, it should read the tier, I think. Where do we get wire? There's the function. The wire node. Remember, these are all generic. I did this in a generic way. So there's the function, which would be power, etc., etc. That's what we augmented with the pass-through, basically. Well, no, that's not the pass-through. That is the purpose. But where do I get the tier? What structure gets the tier? That's got to be on the electric block side, because that's specific. Can attach wire. Where is the... There it is. Wire item. Oh, that's attributes power tier. Block tier. Attributes. Okay. So it's the electric block attributes. Wire nodes. Yeah. Okay. So it's a roundabout way of doing it. I could... This.attributes of wire nodes, power tier. Okay. Let's, instead of getting a wired block, I think I need electric block. Yeah, I need the electric block. So going back to power connectors, here we need electric block. Right? You have wired block, which is the most generic version of a block for the catenary mod. The catenary mod defines the wired block. It is a block that has wire connections. The electric block is a layer underneath that. So electric block is a wired block that has a little bit more detail, right? If you wanted to do a signal system with this, you would introduce a signal block, which would derive from wired block and have a bunch of like extra shit in there for wired block. But it would be a wired block, right? You would just be, instead of an electric block, it would be a signal block. But you do that in a behavior. You'd want it to be a behavior, not a thing. Okay, so this is now electric block us, which means what are we? We need to be an electric block. We're obviously in the electric block. But this cast here is important. So we go enum electrical power tier, our tier equals us dot attributes of wire nodes dot as array of 0 dot power tier. No, what is that? What is that search? Oh, select box index of power tier. Okay. In here, power tier dot as string. Right? So this 0 is just saying, I know for a fact that this specific instance, we only have one node. Because in the end, if you added a node, if you just copied this and you paste another one of these and you index 1, you could add a second selection box, right? And this is how transformers work. You have one block, but there's 2 wire nodes to connect to. That's how I structured everything. But 0 is the index. This is the only one for this specific block. If you want to do a transformer, you would know which connection is which. You would know that there was only 2 connections. This instance, we know that there's only one connection. So now we need to go enum.parse into enum electrical power tier this, like that. Enum.parse, you can't like cast. Enum.parse is just how you do it. Otherwise, you throw crazy exceptions if you try to force it. So our tier is this crazy amount of shenanigans, right? Enum electrical power tier core tier equals enum.parse enum electrical power tier. Now we need to look at mb core dot multiblock dot mbs dot attributes by number of number. That's the block number. Attributes by number. You go back to here, right? Attributes by number gives us this value, right? Which is a JSON object. And then we need to let's see, how do we do this? Indexed, we're going to get a JSON object, which is the attributes, which we need to look into power tier. I think. Yeah, I think. Dot as string. Well, we can debug this in a bit. Okay. So what we need to also check, we need to make sure that attributes by number exists, which is, kind of important. If that does not exist, we're in trouble. So if mbcore.multiblock.mbs.attributes by number does not equal or equals null, return false. Okay. Attributes by number, again, is a list. This can be null. It's an optional tag. And then we need if mbcore.multiblock.mbs.attributes by number dot count is equals 0, return false. We're doing sanity checks in here because, believe it or not, these are freaking important. If mbcore.multiblock.mbs.attributes by number dot has key does dot contains key of number. If come on, fat fingers. Jesus, I wish I would stop doing that. Return false. Okay. So we grab the number, right? Get number from block offset. We grab that number, which the number could be 0, but I think if I peek at this definition, I return -1 if there's an error, right? If number equals -1 or doesn't contain, if it doesn't contain the number, right? The number is if there's no match to the offset, then number is -1. If number is greater, but the attributes don't contain that key, that number, then return false. We're doing all of these sanity checks because somebody would build a system that would horribly break the mod. I've got a bunch more bug reports in my issues tab of things that should have been found a year ago, but for some reason somebody just ran into it and is reporting a bug. So it's like there's yet another bug with pipes and chunk boundaries, and it's just annoying because chunk boundaries are the bane. Like 90% of my bugs, 90% of the bugs that I didn't catch while I was coding have been chunk boundary bugs. Just you have a chunk, you're right at the very edge of your rendering distance, right, is a chunk that has a bunch of connections around it. And you go one chunk over, that chunk unloads, all of the other chunks are loaded except for that one. What, right? And so it's like all that stuff unloads, and then you go back and it loads it back up and initializes it again. It's just a huge amount of problems, right? And so chunk boundaries is like, if you want a super stable factory, right? Encompass your factory in a chunk. And just put a factory in the chunk, and you shouldn't ever have any problems, because it'll all initialize in that chunk and you wouldn't have any problems. But, obviously that's not a long-term solution. I need to fix these chunk boundaries. But yeah, 90% of the bugs I fix are chunk boundary bugs. It's just crazy how many there are. I don't know enough about how these mods or these types of mods solved the chunk boundary issue in Minecraft. I would love to know how they did it, because these problems would persist in Minecraft, in Hytale, in every single game. They would persist, because it would be like, I don't know how they do it. Especially something as complex as like applied energistics. The sheer scale of those networks and the size and the complexity of all the different calculations per tick is insane. And so if you have random chunks that are unloading, I don't even know. I have no idea how all of that stuff gets processed. Okay, so now we have the validation. We have the attributes by number exists. It's not null. It has stuff in it. We grab the number. We check to make sure the number is valid. Make sure it exists, right, for the offset. Then we check to see if the actual list that we have or the dictionary contains the key of the number, right? Which means after this, these next calls should be fine, right? The only thing I don't validate is that MBS is valid here. So multi-block, so MB core does not equal null. If MB core dot multi-block does not equal or equals null. Wow. Null. Or MB core dot multi-block dot MBS equals null. Return false. God, I have to use the bathroom again. I'll be right back. All right. I would get so much more done if I didn't have to use... okay. But the doctor said, I had a doctor's appointment last week, and he tested my kidneys. He's like, your kidneys are good. All your numbers are good. Like, I have really healthy kidneys. It's like, no shit, I have healthy kidneys. I know why I have healthy kidneys. All right. So now we need to look at, we have our tier, which is our attributes from our electric block. Then we have the core, right, which is what attributes. It's not necessarily the core tier, but it is essentially the core tier. Like, what is the tier of the dummy block, right? The attributes by number. What is the tier of that? Because the core itself doesn't have any wire nodes, of course, right? There are no nodes to the core, because it doesn't have any direct wire connections. So you don't want to introduce stuff that's shenanigans like that. So this is the actual attributes are, what is the dummy block? What is the accepted tier of the dummy block, right? So now if our tier equals core tier, else return false. Right? If our tier does not equal the core tier, return false. It's no bueno. Okay? But if our tier and the core tier are good to go, finally, we have a winner. So we have now access to the core. MB entity core, get block entity, blah, 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 blah. So now we have core position equals MB core dot position dot copy. Always, always, always copy your positions, right? You always want to copy your positions. So our tier equals core tier, core position, which is our variable. That's just a fast, like what is the fast process to go into this, right? Is valid, which we grab the core position, which we've already grabbed, right? All these offsets and shenanigans, I didn't want to have to redo those. So the MB core is the position of that core, and we copy that into the variable. And this return true. Now this one, right, under block is electric block. Essentially, we have the same kind. We need to do the same kind of thing. It just won't be as complex. But for now, we're going to return false. Oh, if I spell it right. Well, I'm not going to mess with this. This is code. It's basically almost exactly the same. We grab our tier again, and instead of the core of the MB core, we just grab whatever the block is, grab the block entity, and or actually grab, since we already have the electric block, right? The core is we wouldn't even have to bounce into the core. We would automatically have the electric block to grab the tier of what it is. This shenanigans is because we have to go into the multi-block structure where that attributes by number is. And I just hope that this is what the syntax is. I'm not 100% on this. This should return the JSON object. But that might be indexed by attributes and then power tier. I'm not 100% sure on that, so I'll have to debug that. Okay. This is the only situation where we return true. All of these other situations we return false. Why is this? Not all code paths return a value. Okay, we just need to, instead of an else, we just need to do that. If we get all the way through here, then something like we didn't hit the return true, so I'll just return false. Okay, so we need to then get core on both of these. Right? This is why I push these into a function, because these double check what we're connected to or check what we're connected to, right? The things are the same. Validate core, we would just return get core with the same Boolean, right? Which is, hey, if we're successful on getting the core, then return that to valid core. This should not give me an error. Not all code paths return a value. Core does not equal null. Code.id does not equal 0, and IBE does not equal null. Return true. Okay. That should be fine. It's an electrical block entity. It should be fine. Return if core position does not equal null, else return, like, what in here is not returning a valid thing? This is returning true, basically validating the core. That's an electrical block entity, which would also be true if it was a single machine, right? This call would be true if it's popped onto a single machine, because the core would just be the machine's position. Instead of being the offset of the position, it would just be direct. So that should be fine. Return true, else return this. If API does not equal null. So we need to just return false here. And then in here, that's fine. What we want to do is we want to double check this code in here, right? We want to double check this. So now we need to register this object wherever I put it. Power connectors. It's part of the electric network mod, which I should have some register block entities. There they are. Power connector. What? When did I do this? BE power connector, VE BE power connector. I think that's, I'm pretty sure that is VE BE. Oh, MB. Power connector. VE BE, yeah. What are my relays at? Electric BE relay. I'm not registering those anywhere. Or are those registered in the catenary mod? Which would be weird. Yeah, they shouldn't be registered in the, like... So I'm not actually... This electric BE relay, I don't think I'm using this class at all. Let me look at... Open... Assets, game, block types, wire, relays. VEBE relay. Am I registering those in the vintage engineering mod itself? There it is. Yeah. Interesting. I wonder if I should move that call to here, and register these in the electric network mod rather than the vintage engineering mod. Huh. I don't know. Something tells me I should. It really doesn't matter, but in order to be consistent, that is, let's do it here. Because it makes more sense to do it in the electric network mod rather than the vintage engineering mod. The mapping is all the same. It's just where it's being registered. This is more like machines and all the gubbins, right? All the multi-blocks, all the machines and blocks and stuff of the mod. And then the electric system is going to be in the other one. Okay. So let's build, rebuild, see if we have any errors. We shouldn't. Nope. Okay. So I want power connector. We have a breakpoint in there. All right. The only thing I'm not sure of is how to index into that JSON object. if I'm doing it right. Because it might be, it might be number indexed by number and then indexed by, thing and then indexed by another thing. So here's the, pump jack all set up. This is the thing, and then you go multi-block completed. Everything works. Same is true over here. Boink. There you go. And then we want connector. Boink. Right here. Give block. These don't have localization or anything like that. Vintage engineering. Wire connector. MV power up to. Okay. And then pop. Why did that not trigger the thing in this stuff? Let's go up to initialize. Did I plug this in wrong? Let's look at the JSON here. VE, BE, MB, power connector. Electric mod. Where is it? There it is. VE, BE, MB, power connector. BE, MB, power connector. What? Where is... There it is. What the hell is this supposed to be? I don't remember writing this code. In all honesty, I don't remember writing this code at all.
I've had that before too, where I'm going over code and I'm like, boy, this is a mess. Who wrote this? And then I come across something that's signature of myself, and I'm like, oh.
Like, when did I write this? I don't remember writing this code.
Strange.
I mean, I just plugged in. I just created the objects today. Like, power connector. I don't remember. I don't remember doing it. It must have been a long ass time ago. Before I change this, I need to make sure that this was not still in place. What you don't want to do is remove or change the block entity mapping while there's a block while it's in the world. Because then when it loads off of disk, it's going to be mapped to the wrong block entity, and okay. So it's not placed. Good. It's all I wanted to do is verify that. So this VE, BE, MB power connector. VE, BE, MB power connector. This is what's wrong. BE, MB power connector is what that needs to be mapped to. I don't remember writing that. I just don't remember writing that code. Or mapping it, or doing any of that other stuff. Like, I don't remember doing any of that. That must have been one of those like 2 a.m. I'm half asleep. Because no idea where that code came from. Okay. Mystery solved as to why it wasn't running this code or even getting into this code. It wasn't even mapped to the right objects. Okay, so now that that mystery is solved, this code can largely go away. Let's see if that created errors. See, no errors. Don't save. Delete. Bye-bye. Build, rebuild. Just make sure nothing is all discombobulated. All right, now we can. When did I write that code? I'd have to go back into GitHub and see when the hell that file was like initialized. Like what? Okay. Excuse me? That's the wrong. That is the wrong code. Wire connector is not the code. What? MB power connector. That should be the code. Where the hell? Okay. It's the right shape, just the wrong object. And I don't have a trash. I really should code a trash can. So I'm going to do GMC, and then the lag of opening the UI, and let's drop those away. And that is why, everybody, you don't want a lot of mods with a lot of block variants, because there were already 10,000 blocks in that list, which is a lot. So, right, I'm going to hit E. So, E. Yeah, there it is. Populate, like, there's this crazy amount of items, right? 10,000 items. And I don't have very many. I have almost no mods in this. I have a few, but look at this. Why do we need 7 bazillion kinds of butterflies? Look at all these butterflies. Right? From there, right? All the way down to here. Please tell me, developers, why we need 7 trillion different butterflies. Why? Like, what is the true purpose? Not only that, but we have male and female butterflies. I just don't understand. I get some variants. I understand some variants. But butterflies, like, why? Why have that many butterflies? So we do game mode 1 again. I just wanted to get rid of those out of my inventory, because now we do MB wire MB connector wire I'm sorry, where is the wire connector that I just put in? Um, MB power connector. I need to just flat delete whatever that other mapping is. Like where is that defined? This would be under block types, MB power connectors. Literally what I'm looking at. Okay. So let's look at part, pipes, wouldn't be under pipes, LV, multi-block, wire connectors. Yeah, date modified. Look at that. 11/12 last year. So November of last year is when I created this. This is when all of these things were created. When I was building it as a basically a battery, I was thinking about the connector as a battery. Well, we're not doing that. So I'm going to flat out remove it. And we're going to take these and we're going to move these into multi-block. And this is remapped now to there. Okay. So power connectors. These are mapped right. Everything is basically the same. Well, basically, it's not really the same. It is very similar. For one, we have a smaller finite amount of these. So let's see if there is any major errors here. Everything looks good there. This doesn't give everything that I have an output log on this monitor that's just as it's loading everything. Okay. There they are. Give block Vent Engineering MB power connector dash MV power dash up. Now this should trigger my code, my breakpoint. What in the... Excuse me? Excuse me? What in the world? How? How is it not triggering this initialize? How is it not? This is the first time I've ever had something just not initialize. Oh. Well, let me look. No, entity class. by type, star power. These are all power. Okay. Wow. They're the right MB power connector. MB power connector, entity class, VE electric block, VE, BE, MB power connector is mapped right as far as I know. There's no errors. Is it because I'm shift right clicking? Is that somehow the cause? Like if I just do this? No? What happens if I have wire in my hand? Do I have any MV wire? I have just a metric ton of LV. There's that. That works. Why is this? I'm at a complete loss. Why is it not initializing my block entity? All right, let's just double check everything again. And can I access the logs? Client main, server main. No errors. Entity class by type. Star power. VE, BE, MB power connector. Electric mod. Register block entity collapse. It's the same thing. BEMB power connector. This is the type. Yep. This is the first time I've ever had some weird block entity shenanigans. Like, it should, when you place a block, it should be calling this initialize. It's almost like it's not creating the block. Or not creating the block entity. Like the block is being placed, but because I'm of some weird interaction with the well, see, then it should have fired when I placed it on the ground. Like I wasn't interacting with that. I honestly don't know how to debug this. How do you debug? Like, what is the block? VE electric block. Electric block. Interact. I guess we can look into this and try. This is the base block class. There might be some shenanigans. I don't know. Like, it's like the block entity is not even created. It's like something skips the block entity process. Unblock interact start. But if I shift right click, block entity generic. Why? Get block entity. As BEMB power connector. Okay. This is what's like. This is what's doing it right here. Something is not. This star power is not working. What else might I have entity class by type? What am I missing? Unless the I mean, unless this is, unless the relays are also erroring out, right? They've been untested because I haven't made any other relays. But the relay object itself is just a generic block entity anyway, so I wouldn't have found this. So I wonder if I do star dash star. That is what it is, I bet. Because there is more that comes after power. Right? It's MB power connector dash star power dash position. So the nothing ended just in power. There was more beyond it. Right? So it's like, there. I bet you this fixes it. Let's actually go to here. I don't want to, just in case we go there, I want to just do that. I mean, it was matching. It just didn't match. It was just like nothing ended in power. It ended in north, east, up, down, west, whatever the direction was, that's what it ended with. Not power. So which is why it mapped to generic block entity. So now, drop, there we go. Good Lord. Wow. Chat, you're supposed to help me with this. You're supposed to... Anyway, okay, let's do position, up, underneath, down, under position, under block. What block is it? It is the dummy. Electric block is us, which is us. MV power up, good. Us does not equal null. Under block is not zero. Under block is a dummy. The variant of the dummy is indeed power. MB core now is the shenanigans here. So let's see if that calls. It is the pump jack. Excellent. I like when stuff works. Stuff working is good. MB core.multiblock is null. That should not be null. Why is that null? This is going to return false all the way back. We're false, false, false. Why was this multi-block structure null? Multiblock entity core. Entity core. Where does multiblock get behavior? BE multiblock behavior. Why was this null? This should not be null. %, should not be null. It's the same block entity. Which is the block entity. Is there something in the initialization that's or was I in the wrong, was I on client side? I forgot to double check that. But it should have only called on server. So I don't think we were on client side. So why was the multi-block object null? Because the call just gets the behavior. Block entity dot get behavior. It's an entity. Oh, it's a block behavior. This dot block dot get behavior. Right? So this is behavior. Entity behaviors is different. So how is this working at all? That's my question. This dot block. Okay. Let's try it again. One of these days we're gonna get it. It's gonna trigger. It's gonna work. Nose to the grindstone. You know, we just grind it out till it works. Keep poking at it. So we just want to verify the thing works still, right? You want to make sure when you change something as fundamental as what it's actually looking at, that the thing still works. So you can see that it still works. Excellent. Now, we should go through all of this stuff again just fine. Okay, do that. Now we have a behavior. Look at that. It's not null anymore. Multiblock.mbs is not null. That attributes by number is not null. Attributes by number.count is greater than 0. Number, now we need to grab the offset of us, right? What is our offset? Get the block number. This should be, I think, 8. 8. Look at that, it worked. Okay, now we want to make sure that it contains the key of 8, which it does. So now we need to index into this shenanigans here us.attributes of wire nodes.asArray of 0 dot power tier blah blah blah. What is this going to do? It's going to give us MV. All right. Now they need to do attributes by number of 8 gets us this value, which is indeed the JSON object, which we then go into power tier. So this should be MV. Boom. Now MV equals MV. Core position equals MV core dot position dot copy return true. We should now have this thing linked to the core. Okay. So now that that is linked, now what do we want to do? We need to do the whole pass-through situation. So how do we want to do that? We could either set our electric behavior, right? Because remember, we are validating the core. So we do if validate core, right? So if all of this returns true, the core position is now our position. So our behavior, our electric behavior, which we inherited from simple BE. So if we do electric here, this is our behavior. So what we might be able to do is just set our electric behavior to the pump jack's electric behavior. That way, the electric network, when it pokes at the electric behavior of this block, what it's actually doing is poking at the electric behavior of the pump jack. This is theoretical. Trust me, it's very theoretical. I want it to work this way. So our electric dot, I wish I could do like dot clear or delete or something. Our electric equals api.world.blockAccessor. Get block entity at core position get behavior of electric BE behavior. Set accessor is inaccessible. It's a private set. We go to the base class. this is what we're up against. How do we... So we set our electric to the pump jack's electric, right? The core position, get behavior, right? Which is a block entity behavior of this type. I don't know what this returns if it's null. It really hopefully it doesn't return null. But if we go to then our electric network, and this code is like, we really don't want to mess about with this code very much. What this does, as you can see, and again, this code, like, I'm sure that there's probably a way to optimize this. I'm sure there is. There's got to be a way to optimize all of this. It's just, this is how I got it working, and I didn't want to really mess with it from there. So what this does is, because it's a pass-through, I need to include the entity type, which we added, right? We need to kind of treat this like a storage, I think. So if we then do case enum electrical entity type dot pass through, like that. So toggles, storage, transformers, and now pass-throughs are all storage types. And storage types are special in that they can both receive and extract power, or you have the option. Now, the actual thing, right? This is what we're interfacing with. Can receive power, can extract power, is specific to the pass-through. So in our nodes here, again, we're going to how do we want to do this? I think let's just case enum electrical entity type dot pass through, and then in the tick, oh, come on. Give me the... I should just... Why don't I just copy that line? That would, make more sense. I know there's a lot of... Again, this could use a little bit of TLC. I just want to make sure. Okay, so the update tick. storage nodes, blah blah blah. These are all the reason why this has so many code comments is because this is a very delicate dance that this does. So yeah, we do chunk load. We want to make sure the chunks are all loaded, or the chunk is loaded for that position, because we don't want to touch the node. We don't want to mess with the node if it's not loaded. So just ignore it. We're not going to remove it from the network. We're not going to do that. Just don't mess with it. Okay, so producer nodes, storage nodes, can extract power. Okay. So we're already checking this, right? The entity dot can extract power. We're already looking in this. So, right? So the pump jack, this will be false. So this will not be touched. This will be true, right? Can receive power, total storage available, is saying, hey, we can push power into there. So, there's got to be there's a way to massage this to maybe make it a little bit more efficient, but that would take a lot of brain power, more than I've got right now. Okay, so this is already checking the entities, so storage nodes, and then we look in here, producer nodes, storage nodes.count, which this would be classified as a storage node. It's just you wouldn't be able to extract power from it. But yeah, this MB networks will almost, if they're built like this, will almost always be exclusively storage nodes in this case, unless I have a separate category for pass-through. Right, but again, the interaction, the rated power, like the entity that it's interacting with, is not. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be the actual thing. It should be the pump jack. Right, so I just want to look at this a little bit. And I did redo this a little bit a few months ago, and I based it on like a pressure system to try to, like, if you have a whole bunch of batteries on the MB network, it tries to equalize the batteries up to a certain point. And in order to stop it from constantly doing it, I round the numbers to make sure that if something has 110 power and something has 109 power, you're not constantly like trying to go back and forth. That there's a rounding that happens. So you have deficit nodes, surplus nodes. And again, you could probably optimize this. Okay. Well, I guess I'm procrastinating a little bit. I don't know how this is going to work. So, should we test? Like, it should work, right? If valid core, electric equals get block entity, get behavior, electric BE behavior. This should grab the core behavior and set our behavior to that one. This is the thing that is being interacted with. from the I electrical block entity. This here is that I electrical block entity. So we are actually setting our block entity to the pump checks pop block entity, right? The behavior. Our behavior is their behavior. Now, I don't really know what happens with our behavior because now we lose track of that. I don't know if it's best to like this dot behaviors it's either going to clean up the memory automatically or there's going to be a memory leak. One of those two. Anybody know of a way to get Visual Studio to trim trailing spaces after a line? There are times when I have a line of code, and I don't have any good examples here because I try to stay on top of it. There are sometimes I have a line of code that has like a crap load of spaces at the end of it. And I'm like, I want to trim those down. Like, I don't like those. But I don't know. There's no like trim trailing spaces in the editor. I've looked through the editor like options many, many times. It's weird. Okay. I mean, there's some code. There's some languages that you don't want to trim trailing spaces, but C# isn't one of them. Okay, so what I want to do is I'm going to go over here and I'm going to grab. Oh, I need the wire cutters. Let's just trim all of these. Just in case I have to debug, I don't want 7 bazillion. Okay, and then maybe an MV battery, and I'm going to need an LV transformer. Okay. This is simply to test if this shit works. Let's put all of those away. Okay, now we have generators. We have MV battery. We have LV wire. We have LV MV transformer. And might as well use some of these. Okay, and here, and here. And we want a transformer. We need relays. We want a MV relay. With a battery. Okay, take those away. Where's my MV wire? There it is. This to there, this to there. Okay, let's get some fuel into these. Doesn't have to be much. Okay. This is going in here. This is going in here. You can see there's power. This thing holds 40,000 power. That's a lot. I should redo this to have the sweet new. You can see the little UI up there. I added a little thing to do that, so I might change this over to be prettier. But what I wanted is there to be over here. Now we have this connector, right? And now if we connect this to this, this has a connection. This is not getting any power. Okay. So now, why is that? Why is that? This should be passing through. So, what we're going to do is separate that. We are going to go to the electric network. Somewhere in here is a join. Add node. Get at position. Block position. So that's it's 5 high. That's the that's got to be the node that we're looking at. So this block entity is the pass-through. Because you can see pass-through. Boom. Why is that? So the get at position. Because the dot electric, right, is reporting the right thing. Consumer. It's saying it is the pump jack, right? So you can see the electric block entity is the pump jack. But we're pulling the block accessor get block entity of the power connector. It's just the electric interface is right. So the get at position, let's look at this definition. Block entity, get block entity. If entity is I electrical block entity converted. Entity get behavior. Electrical block entity. Okay. So what I'm going to do, we're going to sever that. Okay. We are going to gracefully leave, so we don't have to redo all of that build. I just didn't want it to crash and lose all of that, like all that migration that we moved over. Just save the power, and we can go in here. Okay. So if entity dot type, oh no, converted dot entity type equals a pass entity type dot pass through, return converted dot electric entity. Entity as okay, let's do this. If converted dot electrical entity type equals pass through. What I want to return is not the electrical block entity of the block. Um, if entity is wow. Entity dot get behavior Okay. Let's breakpoint this. This might trigger a whole bunch of times, so I just have to. Okay. Okay, we're doing this get out position again. So now, wait, what just happened? Did I not put a breakpoint here? Excuse me? Pass through. How did this? What? What? Why did that? What? Oh. Entity. Oh. I just completely read that wrong. We'll look at this again. So the entity itself is not okay. So I just put this in the wrong place, I think. So this entity that get behavior, we need to if converted dot electrical entity type is pass through. We need to how do we need to do this? Power connector. I think the magic is in here. What we do is this dot behaviors dot remove electric BE behavior. Remove electric. I'm removing the behavior that we had. And I'm adding the cores to us. This is so sketch. Because the get behavior call, it's getting the behavior of this entity, even though we've redirected the electric call, we're still pointing to that. So that's why I'm trying to like redirect this. So I want to look at this again. This should valid, like it should call it when that's placed in the world, right? It should validate itself, right? So we have this. So let's look at all the behaviors. This dot behaviors. We have one, which is the electric BE behavior, which is the electric. So if we F10 this, now we have 0, right? Now we F10 it again. Now we've added it, basically added it back, but now we're actually adding the pump jack. Right? We're adding that one. There's so many potential issues with chunk boundaries on this. It drives me crazy. Chunk boundaries in this game drive me crazy. Because imagine the connector and the core block are in different chunks, and the core block is not loaded, and the connector is, right? You have a situation where the core position isn't effing loaded yet. Okay. So now that is, the behavior is reset. So now the electric behavior of this node is no longer of type pass through. Right? This is not pass through anymore. At least it shouldn't be. So now when we connect, the electrical block entity, get at position, is going to return what? The power connector. But the behavior, this, what is this going to return? Boom. Consumer, pump jack, all of the pump jack stuff. So now when this thing goes through, it's not even seeing it as a pass-through. It's seeing it as a consumer now. And now we have power. Look at that. I mean, instantly filled up the power. Because so much delta time from start to finish, enough delta time happened where it just, whoop, it just filled the power up. You can see there's actually power in this thing now. Power is full. That worked. So if the thing is placed on a valid in a valid way, it will remap its own behavior to the core block, which is it's the block underneath there. It's that little block right there. All of this other stuff is just, I mean, they're just dummy blocks. Right? So if we clear that, oh jeez, I have to remove all of these. That should not have an ID. Why? Okay, let's do this without debugging. A lot of times debugging actually causes problems. We want to break this. Reform it. Oh, right. Breaking it, the block entity doesn't change, so reforming it is going to have the same amount of power because you're not actually resetting the block entity. So if we wanted to, we would have to break it like that and place it, and we want oh my, I have so much random crap in my inventory. It hurts me. Where, pray tell, are the treated wood planks? There they are. Now I need to look north when I place these, because there is a little bug with these blocks, specifically because they're sighted, right? You can place one there and there, right? So you can actually place them in all the orientations. And so it's like, there's a problem. Okay, so do that. Oh, see, it's seeing that as wrong. Oh, it's because it's wrong. It's not. Yeah. I'm tired, everybody. That actually needs to be the fluid block, which isn't sighted. Okay. Now, we have connector, right? Which should automatically bind to there. Wire to there. God, I knew I had another dangling thing here. And you can see power, bingo. Now if I break this wire, that's a problem. And the reason it's doing that, there's a reason it's doing that, is because when it's looking at that block and it's trying to get that block's connection data to remove the connection, I'm redirecting the thing down to the core. So if we do VE debug, validate power. I thought you could hit tab, but whatever. Power networks. Okay. It did remove the node. It just didn't remove. So this is two connections, right? So it updated this one, right? It just didn't update this one. Because the thing was redirected. So when I went in here to the electric behavior, okay, yeah, this, might have to remove that code in a second. Now that I've got this redirected. So what I need to do is the electric BE behavior with all the connection stuff. Add connection and remove connection. Let's debug this. See what's going on. So, place. Power is 2000. It's seeing the power in here, right? Now if I do this, connection equals 1. Key is 0. Why is the key 0? Electric connection wire node index of 0. Electric connections dot remove. So 77.536. 536. Why are there 3 things in here though? I wonder if we're on. Okay, 77.534. I think this might be. Yeah, this is the thing we're looking for. So key is 0, which wire node index of 0. So this is the one connection that we have. Value is 77.534, which is what we're going to remove. So this should basically change this to 0. But why 77.534, wire node index is 0, 0, value. Well, value is 0, okay. Okay, then this goes in and says I need to remove the connection. Network IDs dot remove. Network IDs is saying 0. So the key is the node, right? It's the actual wire node that you're connected to. That's the key. Value is 80. Right? So this removes electric connection. So this should remove from the network ID this connection. Now we're at 0. Okay. But why does... Now, this is saying node 0 has 1 connections. I literally just stepped through the code that said, nope, this is updated. 2 connections. So I wonder if this... Because we're passing this through... we're seeing like a ghost of the connection because So, what do we want to do? How do we want to try to debug this? Electric connections. Wire node index. Is there a way? So what are we looking at? Get network info. Okay. No network. Electric connections. Where we're grabbing it. It's weird that this is... We're deleting these values from the electric connect, like I just stepped through that code. It literally deletes these values, and yet I think this is a case where it's being ambiguous as to what we're actually editing here. Where is this being called? The manager. Let's look at this again. So if I do this, okay. What is this? This dot block. This is a wire relay, so that we don't need we don't need to debug this one. So right now we are removing connections from the pump jack, which kind of makes sense since we're basically acting as a proxy to the pump jack, right? As far as the electrical interface goes. So we're removing the connections from the pump jack's version of this behavior. But I think when where's the get block? I think it was down here. Get block info, get network info. Right? So this block is the pump jack. But now we're in the connector. Right? Which is why these electric connections. So why is the connection the power connector should not have its own version of this behavior. We literally removed it and then added the pump jacks. But something tells me that we are going to need to possibly override the get interface call if it's even overridable. And it specifically wants the I electrical block entity, we're going to need to forward this. So let me F5, F5, F5. Yeah, okay. So that is why okay, so let's look at if it's possible. If we go to the power connector and we see what we can override. Get interface. No, we can't. That's entity block. Be right back. Okay. I'm not 100% sure how to solve this. Like when we add the connection, it's weird that this is adding it twice. I don't understand what's going on behind the scenes. The connection is literally the proxy, right? I'm removing the behavior. Block entity openable, block entity. There's block entity. Finally, I have a base class. Now, behaviors. Analyze. Assigned by. Create behaviors. How do we want to do this? Do I need to rethink doing this? There's no like documentation on any of this, which is why it's frustrating. There's just no documentation. Like, you just kind of have to throw everything at the wall and just hope it sticks, or hope something sticks. Base.create behaviors. So we are at the block entity level here. If electric does not equal null, or core position does not equal null, do the base. Because the moment you place this thing, I don't know at what point this is called. So what we're going to do is we're going to see I'm pretty sure initialize gets called, but create behaviors might be called prior to I'm seeing where obviously the behavior has to get called, or it has to be created for us to come in here and change it. So when we get into here, this will already have been called. But when we get in here, electric is going to be null, core position is going to be null because we haven't initialized yet. Create behaviors default is going to be run. Then initialize should be called, I hope, right? Because called right after the block entity was spawned. The spawn is like, is that's what I'm looking up. Is where in the tree of shenanigans is the block entity actually spawned. And what I should do here, instead of doing this, if core position does not equal null, okay, base.create behaviors. Like, I wonder if I should just remove this altogether. I don't think I can because I need that electric, I need that map. But maybe I don't because the thing itself inherits whatever behavior of the multiblock that you're attached to. So that's what I'm trying to work out here is this create behaviors. If we come in here, the initialize, if we're loading from disk, core position will be set. We already have world accessors. and we have the block that we're getting. Um, I don't know. The call tree can be confusing. Client world, world accessor, world gen. So that's block entity initialize. So this base is what I'm looking at. Um, create behavior. When I look at what uses this call, the only thing I can really see, server chunk, create behaviors. I don't see it really. So it creates the block entity. I'm seeing like if the initialize call, like where is that in the grand scheme of things? I'm not seeing a smoking gun here. It's very convoluted. Block entity behavior. So what we can do. Weird that I don't even know. I don't even know all the things that clean up the things. So it's like. Um, let's just, instead of doing anything there, let's just keep it, do just incremental tests here. Okay. So it did trigger create behaviors before it initializes. So if we F5, we should jump into here. Okay. So now we have, you heard the sound, the block placed. Now we're in an initialize. The behavior was created, right? Which is our behavior, pass through. But we don't want that. We want to remove electric, reset it to the core position, and then set the behaviors properly. Okay. Now, if we wire this up, yeah, it totally looks like there's a thunderstorm in the area. That's fun. Okay. Connected. Now, if we remove this, there's the relay. There's the pump jack. And it's still... It's still the thing. Yeah. So if we go F10, what is this? So this doesn't show anything. Okay, that's fine. Machine state is on. It's fine. DSC. Yeah. It's that time. She was a little late today, but she was sleeping. Yeah, we're in the connector. So how do we separate connections? Because the connections are on the node, right? They are on the thing. Versus the actual, like, I think we're gonna have to do something in here. Because if we say this dot behaviors, why can't I expand this? This dot block entity dot behaviors. Block entity behavior is a pass-through. Okay. Somehow this was recreated. Why? How has this been recreated? I literally deleted this. We're on the client. This is why. This is why this is so confusing. We're on the client side. Okay. So what we're seeing here is the client side of that. So I wonder if we exit and come back, if that would be updated. Save and leave. Single player, test world. Boom, no network. Okay. So it's a sync issue. Yeah. All this debugging really messes with the server time, right? When I break into like the code and I'm stepping and I come back to the game, like I just got a thing. Client daytime drifted significantly off server daytime 47 minutes. 47 minutes drift because it's just something about the game tick doesn't like when I debug. It's just like, oh my god. Because it's, I don't know if it's basing like, if it's checking the actual like clock of the computer, and it's ensuring that the computer clock and the game server clock are progressing at the normal rate. And if those get off, means I've dropped into debug and it wasn't ticking, so it was way behind. That's the only thing I can think of as to why that's causing that. So if I mark dirty true on this, I have to, when this thing gets validated, there's a lap goblin. Yeah. Purrin lap goblin. I'm kind of curious what this value is here. And the other thing I need to check, I'm almost 100% sure. I need to remove all of this. Close that. Behavior. Yeah, we marked dirty already. I don't know why this is not syncing. It's weird. Anyway. I'm in here. We are saving out the core position. This might need to be an and. Let's check it again. She's just staring at me, purring. Aggressive purrs. Okay. We're in server. Electric is null. Core position is null. Core position shouldn't be null. So, is this called... This is called before from tree attributes. Block. Position is null. Everything is null. Like this thing hasn't even been initialized yet and it's creating the behaviors. Why is that? What? So this is called before this. Why am I suddenly spitting errors out all fucking over the... Why is this happening? Suddenly, it's just like all over the map. Okay, let's go back to here. Just not even bother with that. Not even going to bother. Yeah. The pattern of behavior repeats. Get in my lap, facing me, purring like crazy, and then at some point she turns around, faces away from me, and then 20 minutes later she eventually jumps off the chair. Just this is the pattern every day, day after day, sometimes she's up and down in my lap 4 or 5 times in a day. It's just like, cat, you just need to decide. You need to decide. I actually thought of an invention for people with animals, mostly small animals, lap animals. Relay. Pump check. Why is that doing? Where is that coming from? Yeah, I'm gonna have to revisit this and think about how this is working. Okay. So let's get back to standard. Leave so everything gets cleaned up, everything is good. Okay, so rather than do this and this, core position, core behavior. How do I want to do this? Because redirecting the electric, so electric simple BE, we look at that. Let's see. I can't know what type it is without loading it and creating it. Because the create behaviors, the process that it creates actually gives me access to what it is. Like what type are we? So the assignment of the electric, that's important. It's bothering me that this is not overriding it permanently. But I think it's because of this. God, look at that. Look at the white space at the end of that line. This might mess with the wires. Just putting that out there. This is definitely going to mess with the wires. Yeah, I think this is going to foobar the wires. Wire connections. Rated power. Where do I load all that stuff in? Wire connections. How do I load all the connections? Right here. No. Initialize. Yeah, this is going to mess with the connections. Because I don't have wire node connections defined in the pump jack. Because I can't. So this thing is acting like a pass-through. I'm just trying to figure out how to pass through. Right? So core behavior again. How do we pass through? Do I have a multi-block interface yet? No. So, what I'm thinking is, I have to keep the actual connection, right? The block that I'm placing for the wire connection. I have to keep that intact. because that has the wire connect, like the specific wire connection node information. The pump jack does not. It does not have wire node connections because it itself cannot connect to the network, right? Not with wires. There's not a way that I know of to define selection boxes that are way outside of the block, right? Imagine you actually want to define those little boxes for the network, right? The wires. Well, you'd need numbers that are beyond 1 for the position, right? So the coordinates of the selection box would be way outside of a single block, which I've been told over and over again by Tyrone is not supported. Any bounding box, any coordinates outside of a cube, a single block is the engine doesn't know how to handle that. If the collision box, selection box, whatever box is outside of a single block. I haven't personally tested it. I've been kind of afraid to see what happens. I tend not to do like super experimental stuff like that with the vintage engineering code base. But with this pass-through, I have two behaviors. I have my electric behavior, and then I have the core's behavior. My behavior, I want to report and use and update the connection, the wire connections of my behavior, aka the connector, power connector behavior. So the wire connections itself, but when interfacing power, I want to pass that on to the actual core, right? The actual multi-block. I want to directly interface with the multi-block when it comes to the power interface, as well as what type it is, because that would be the easiest way, right? So look at, like, an example would be, look at what it is. If it's a pass-through, that in certain instances pass on to the core behavior, but in other instances don't. Right? Be selective on that. I think we're going to have to do that in the behavior itself. I think. Because this, right, is what knows what it is. Add connection, remove, like this is the behavior that we're trying to manipulate. These are getting called from the electric network manager, like, so it's either the manager that's running this, or it's like, so the manager would be like the connection information, and the electric network would be the pass-through information. So those are two different, wildly different objects that we're having to edit to include the pass-through mechanics. Or we do it in the behavior, where it's like self-reporting as, hey, this is a pass-through. So certain things pass through and certain things do not. But how do we access the pass-through information? Right? So the fundamental thing of what are we? Are we a pass-through, or are we if we are a pass-through, then we need to then update this call. Remember, because the electric network is looking at this. This electric network type, or an electrical entity type, we're looking at this variable to figure out where we need to put this in the grand scheme of things of the network. when we add it to the network, right? Adding node, we're looking at the entity type down here somewhere, right? Right now, this is set as pass-through. It's a storage. But I think what I'm going to have to do is change this to having some other logic. Because if it is pass-through, then we need access to what it's passing through to. And how do we do that? Is there a variable that I'm saving at all? This is a behavior, okay, so, but it's not, it would not be extendable if I default it to a behavior. I need a position, is what I need. Do I have a position variable in here? Get position. Yes, I did add this. Returns the block position of this instance to the interface. Or of the interface. Right, so however you implement the electrical block entity, if you wanted a custom electrical network system, you could create your entire, like you just use electrical block entity and just go wild with it. Right? Your machine blocks, all of that stuff would be electrical block entity, however you implement it. But this position is what is important. This has to get the position of whatever instance of this we are at. So, this would allow us to get relevant information. The problem is there's no API function to get the world. Right? There's nothing that we can use that I know of in the interface. This is what I'm looking at. This interface, there's no API call to this when we initialize. Because it's not guaranteed. When you're writing code from start to be as extendable as possible, you cannot rely on the object of the interface being something that you know what it is, right? Because this interface could be a behavior, it could be a block entity, it could be some shenanigans that you don't even know about. So it's like you're not guaranteed that it's going to be something usable with an API. So how do we want to do an API for this? And I try to limit the amount of changes I make to the base interface as much as possible. I'm not always successful, but I really try to do that. So this is getting an API, right? But again, this object is not the interface. This is the behavior. I need an interface call that returns an API, right? Core API. This is why so many initialization calls have this base, because from that API you can then gain access to the entirety of everything, right? Either server or client side. But you have to have a reference to that. Otherwise you don't have any world accessor, you don't have any block accessor, you don't have anything. You're not aware of the world at all. So if we look at the actual interface, so these are the variables. This is the pattern. This is what we're looking at here. We did add one here, pass through. Can receive, can extract, is powerful, blah, 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 blah. And then near the bottom should be get position. So what we need, if it's a pass-through, what do we need access to? Get position. Get out of position. Okay. So in here, initialize network. Let's see what's in here. Validate network. If we're a pass-through, we need access to what we're passing through to. But only sometimes. This is why it's like confusing, because when it comes to the wiring, we need the wires to be in the block that we place, right, in the connector. But the electric network itself needs to interface with the pump directly. So I either need a custom behavior, which I don't want to do, right? Because that just doubles the amount of code that I have to maintain that does the exact same thing, right? This entire object would be replicated, and I really don't think that's necessary. I don't think we need it, because this is a pretty vitally important thing. But we need to we need to be able to define a pass-through. So I think I'm going to need an interface. I'm actually surprised I don't have I'm honestly surprised I don't already have an interface. Yeah, I don't actually have an interface for multi-blocks. What would this be called? All right, heading out. See you later, Oz. Add class. What can I do? An interface? Interface. IMB pass through. Okay. So, electrical block entity. Core get core to core that this interfaces with. But do we want the block? Should I just make this a block entity? Core entity. We need let's just spitball this here and see if we need any more. So we go to here and we say it's an electric simple BE, but it's also IMB pass through. Okay. So this is saying, hey, we are a pass through block, right? So now I need to implement these interfaces, and you can do that just doing this and implement interface. So now core entity, core block. Now I can say api.world.blockaccessor.getBlock at core position. And then this api.world.blockaccessor.getBlock at core position. Core entity, core block. Because within one of these, with the block entity, we could get the interface. We can get the things that we need to get without necessarily keeping a variable, right, of the core behavior. We don't necessarily have to do this. So it's like, whatever. I can keep that. I'm not gonna mess with it right now. So how do we want to use this? Where do we use this? What we need to do is in the network, I think. We need to take this and go here and say, if we are a pass-through, do we have access to anything? Yeah, we have a block accessor in here. Okay. So what we need is block accessor. Let's see. Let's actually do the electrical block entity get at position. If electrical block entity not equals null, come on now, dot electrical entity type equals enum type dot pass through, right? If it's a pass through, the node we're adding, right? This is power. We need to say electrical entity equals world accessor or block accessor dot get block entity of node dot block position dot get interface. Oh, get behavior. Electrical block entity. It's actually wait a second. Get block entity of the block position of the node. Okay. Oh, this is going to cascade into many bugs. I can just picture it, because when you go to remove the node, it tries to remove the node based on the entity and not the position. the reason I'm caching all the interface calls, right? All the interface blocks, electrical blinding. The reason I'm caching those and not block positions is every tick of the network. Let's say I was caching all of the producer nodes and consumer nodes, all the nodes, I was caching all of those block positions. Well, every tick of the network, which is 4 times a second, electric networks tick 4 times a second, I would have to go through the whole list and pull all of those block entities, right? Pull all those interfaces. In order to interface with the power, I need those entities. I need those interfaces. So here I'm caching the interfaces. But when the electric network gets stored to disk, it's storing all of the block positions, right? It's only storing the block positions. And then when it loads from disk, when you load a world and it loads from disk, it's just iterating through all the positions and then repopulating the indexes here. So consumer, producer, and storage, they're separate lists that in the tick of the electric network, I do everything I can not to have to iterate that list of all of the nodes. There is a case where that happens if all nodes has nodes, like if there are entries in all nodes, but consumer, producer, and storage are empty, right? We have nodes on the network, but we don't have any of those objects, then it kind of validates itself, which is essentially like if you had a network and the entire network was just relays. If it was just miles of relays, you would have dozens of nodes, but none of them would be consumers, producers, or storage. And so it would be like, what is this? And it would have to validate that, which is really inefficient. I'm thinking of how to improve this. If anybody has any experience with how other mods in the genre handle this and organize the back end, I would be all ears on how they structure the networks, especially how immersive engineering does it. Because I peeked at it, and it's the code is, for one, it's in Java. 2, it's really abstracted. These mod authors over the last 10 years have abstracted their code in a way that it's really hard to pick it apart and figure out how something actually works. It's very difficult. And so I'm kind of up in the air on. I might have to revisit not only the electric network system itself, but also the pipe network system. Completely refactoring all of it, because it's just I'm running into problems like I'm hitting now. Going, how do I change this? It's not really flexible, right? Which is, it's against my religion. The whole channel is about flexibility and trying to inject some flexibility into this and saying, hey, this pass-through is it should be a separate thing. How then do you remove that pass-through while on, when you remove the nodes, how do I remove the block entity, right? Get at position, which would be the connector, right? This would be the connector, but the actual block entity that you're removing is actually the pump jack, because that's the thing that you're interfacing with. So what I'm going to do off camera, probably tonight, after dinner because I'm hungry and I can't concentrate when I'm hungry. I'm really gonna have to just sit and basically talk my way through this. And yes, I do talk to myself when I'm not even on camera, when I'm not even streaming, because it's like it helps being able to talk through this logically and going, all right, how does this actually work? And how can I poke at this and say, this is how we need to handle a pass-through situation? Because it's like the wire connection side is the connection, but the electric side is the pass-through. So like the network ID, all of that stuff is fine to be on the connection and fine to be on that entity, that interface. But the actual like wire nodes themselves need to be this shorthand, right? These indexes need to be the pass-through. So yeah, I'll tinker with it. I don't want to catastrophically break stuff on camera. That's just bad for my ego. But yeah, I'll figure this out. And once I do, then, you know, we'll have yet another step towards this whole feature being operational. And I might have to look at some of the bugs that have been reported. Hopefully people can come up with like a couple of them were just like, hey, this broke, I don't know how. And it's like, okay, I don't know how to fix it then. If it broke and you don't know how. But some of them are just like chunk boundaries. And again, I really want to relook at the pipe network. Maybe pull up the pipes mod again and see if I can discern how they did it, I guess. I don't know. I think they did it without pipe networks at all, and I don't know how. I don't know how they did it, because how do you keep track of all the insert nodes on a pipe network when every extraction node, like, it becomes a nightmare of data. But I think I'm gonna have to revisit it. There's too many bugs. Somebody else reported that their entire pipe system got corrupted again, and I'm just like, I thought I fixed that. So anyway, I hope everybody comes back here on Saturday, where we're either going to do more of this, maybe even model another structure, work on that, or be playing something. Depends on what happens. If this week I just burn myself out on this, or whatever, then I'll look at something else. But anyway, I thank everybody for coming by today. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself, learned anything, in any way enjoyed the stream. And yeah, subscribe if you're new, and consider being a patron or channel member and supporting the work I do and the mods that I make. And the more of those I have, the less I'm going to need to get a full-time job. And I would really like to do this full-time and not have to grind out a full-time job. Even, there are some jobs that I've applied to that would be fun and awesome. But yeah. Anyway, thank you all for coming by. And yeah, I hope to see everybody back here on Saturday.